What's up, YouTube? I'm back. It's been a couple of days, and I forget to unmute myself. So, still having ISP issues, but I left like a private stream running for, I don't know, half an hour or an hour earlier today, and it only dropped like a couple of seconds. So, maybe things will be good tonight. I really hope so. Other than that, I spent too much time and probably should have gone live like an hour or two ago playing some Warframe for the first time in a while, because they had TennoCon 22 earlier today, and they had some pretty exciting things. They always have really good presentations, right? Oh, yeah, that sounds good. Sounds good. They always have pretty exciting things to show off at TennoCon, but like this year, they had really good actual in-game working footage of Deviri Paradox, and that looks great. And they had their new game, which looks like Miyazaki Souls, I guess. Steve handed over the creative director title of Warframe to Rebecca. It was really cool. So I've been playing, aside from that, I've been playing a bunch of Monster Hunter. I'm either going to do that or more Warframe after this stream. But I've really been excited to get back to this game, because it's kind of fantastic. But, like, I want to get it on stream for sure. I'm going to start off. We made it a couple minutes past right here, which is where the last stream kind of died out. I just immediately made a save. But I think I'm going to start up right back here. Look at that load function, right? It's so classy. The game takes a screenshot of wherever you are and then immediately loads right back into there. Like, all of its save files or save states, it just, like, zooms in on the screenshot, and then, boom, game running from that exact point. It's so smooth and so good. Everything about this game is quality. Big quality. But so we're in the end of one of Takatoshi Hijiyama's scenes, or arcs. I guess you'd call the whole thing an arc or a story, but his little sub-story. And he was jealous of Okino. Or, you know, looking for them at school. And he ran into... Let's see, he ran into... Yeah, not Keitaru, Asekigahara in the school with... excuse me. With BJ, where we saw some footage of Takatoshi and Tsukasa in Big Gay Love, and it's kind of great. And then, like, some terrible, terrible shit went down off screen that we didn't really see. And I think Takatoshi ended up killing Izumi and maybe a couple of others. Is there recording in here? Yeah. Shinonome and Ida made it out. Tsukasa's dead. We had like one recording of before times, and then here's his final log. Tsukasa wanted to cancel the plan and divert all energy to life support. So it sounds like they're talking about the Ark, which maybe like at the beginning of this story, they've already started colonizing some other world, and then things went south, probably because Ida and Shinonome, which is weird. But maybe this is way later, and it's part of like the first cycle, but before the first loop. Maybe it's the second loop and everything hadn't been quite started over in the same way the first time. I don't know. I don't know. I get the feeling there's still a lot left. So I think this ends pretty quickly with very little revelations.
Why is that a good thing?
Yo, just deal with it, Takatoshi.
Seeing Okino make me feel better.
There's a very obvious answer to that question, and it's written on your blushing cheeks.
So you're still dressing like that.
And A shows up.
You.
Whoa there. You move, I shoot.
But Okino has a different approach to the
Must have
situation.
Followed me.
You led me right to Okino's doorstep.
No. You're here to kill him?
Hijiyama-kun, calm down. He's A Sekigahara. He and I play for the same team.
Which, again, translators had a lot of fun with that line.
Isn't that right?
A
You've done really well holding on like that.
might not even remember at this point, right? This might be in the middle of him losing his
I think I
memories
know
and they're
why
just
you're here.
falling away.
You want what only I can give you.
God, and Okino loves toying with people.
You can drop the gun. I won't run anymore.
Okino. I need it. Please.
Sure. Since you finally asked
They're
me.
talking about very serious stuff, right? With, like, really cool story implications and everything's so well written. But, like, just a few out of context lines like, Okino, I need it.
You two. Don't tell me.
So Takatoshi,
You two are steady?
using ancient language.
What if we are? What does that matter to you?
Fess up, Hijiyama. Okino wants you to fess up. And so 3... Oh, yeah, this is fine. It's barely faster, barely longer. 3 updated files. Nothing for regular Takatoshi. But 2188, Takatoshi Hijiyama of 2188 is in a romantic relationship with Tsukasa Okino. He murders Jiro Izumi to avenge Okino's death during the shootout in Sector 4, which might be the shootout dream that Jiro has. That could be in, like, OG original colony. It could be after a loop and they've kind of figured out things are going bad. Or, like, Project Arc happened and then there's a different colony. There's no way to tell if they're teleporting, when they teleport between sectors, if they're on the same planet or not. However, he was severely injured in the fray and succumbs to his wounds soon after. At an energy dispute over Project Arc, Ogata revealed he'd come armed, which resulted in a shootout. In the ensuing chaos, Ogata was killed. Which may or may not be the same thing as right here, right? We've now got multiple shootouts between main characters way in the past to deal with. Of course, he often finds loose change on the ground. Guess cats really do like shiny objects. That's it? Okay. A dispute over whether to allocate the remaining energy towards Project Arc or life support led to a shootout. So there's a colony in satellite orbit. And there are most likely, almost certainly, colonies down on the ground. And this is where it's not just a little satellite with like a bunch of digital storage space. This is the colony ship, which is probably Project Arc itself, the original version, but maybe not. Maybe they were running out of resources, and that's why they decided to like keep a copy of everyone's DNA and then grow clones later. I've said it a million times, but just a reminder, this game's crazy. So when I say wacky sci-fi stuff like that, well, basically you should kind of approach this game with the idea of like, is this wacky sci-fi thing incredibly impossible? No? Then it's probably going on here. It's so silly. Now last time, let me see. Did I do anyone else? We can do Juro. But I want to do Juro and Megumi kind of next to each other. Can't quite do A yet, although we could clear Juro and then do Megumi. Although maybe she doesn't need Juro to be cleared, right? He's probably got 3 story beats left. So any one of those could be what unlocks hers. And she's got 2 left at least. Natsuno's cleared. There's also Miura at 75. So really, I only have access to these two. Everybody else is cleared. Juro and Yakushiji. And then A, Rinya are locked off. And Miura probably has 2 left. Let's do another couple of Hijiyama. And then probably Miura. And then we'll go back to Juro and Yakushiji. And Sekigahara and Goto. But Hijiyama here will give us more of an idea of what's going on with Sekigahara. Although we've kind of pieced most of the stuff going on with him and Okino together already, right? He was suffering from DD-426. He was losing his memories. They were slowly being eaten away by nanobots. Okino was able to salvage like 32% of them by doing the same thing to him that they did to himself.
How long is he going to toy with me?
Forever, and you're going to love it.
Then, I'm not thinking straight myself.
No, you're thinking gay, and that's pretty good. It's pretty all right, man. You should keep at it, actually.
Okino's a man. Why was I so scared that Sekigahara would steal him?
At least 2 more branches here, and then probably an end branch. Because I think he only went from, like, 45 or 40-something to the 57 or whatever it was at the beginning of this arc. So, things you can't have thoughts about because you barely know anything. And, of course, once per stream.
Noodles stir-fried in sauce, enfolded in sweetened bread. I don't trust much in this post-war world. But if there's one exception, it's my yakisoba-pan.
That's right. Takatoshi Hijiyama cares about 3 things. Saving Japan, yakisoba-pan, and Tsukasa Okino. And that order is unclear.
That damn Okino. That was too far for a joke.
You're gonna love it.
What was going on with those talking images?
with what was going on with those talkies?
If I recall, they said something about being reborn?
Yeah. And so, crazy plot points that this game has, we're way beyond that.
So the Sentinel's a weapon from... It's strange to snap...
Okay, and that's the same. What do you even have? Go back to the school? Slightly older dude from 1940s, 40 years ago. He's only 1 or 2 years older than most of the kids at this school. You're just gonna go hang around the school. You don't go here,
No.
but Okino's here, and you can get food here.
Where is Okino?
Do we have any words? We don't have any keywords or events. I have to go get a bunch of change to get more yakisoba-pan again. I'd kind of rather not. I want to just, like, run into events. Hi! Hello!
You're right on time.
Okino.
From Okino's perspective, Tsukasa would be pretty predictable.
Here's the plan.
I mean, Takatoshi Hijiyama.
I need to get some information out of the nurse's office.
Uh-huh.
So I need you to distract the school nurse, Morimura. Just make sure she doesn't get to her office before I'm done.
Okay.
Morimura's wearing a big white coat. Can't miss her. All I need is about 10 minutes.
Hey!
She's also, like, vivacious.
You're a lifesaver.
Let's see. We saw her in the schoolyard last time. And this is also the entrance to the front entrance of the school. So she's either going to be here or we'll be able to get to the nurse's office pretty soon. We can still think about change?
No, there wouldn't be any around here. Okino's trying to sneak into the nurse's office, so I have to keep Morimura occupied in the schoolyard. She should be wearing a white coat. Oh, that
Boom!
must be her.
With Miwako.
So can you take care of that? Yes, ma'am.
Well, she...
Oh, great.
She seems like quite a teacher.
Uh-huh. We know where your attractions truly lie, though.
I can imagine the boys have a hard time focusing on class.
Yeah, me too, actually. Literally anyone can see that.
Well, it's done.
All the girls see it, too. And we get no idea what she was talking about with Miyoko.
Wait.
Hi there.
Yes?
Well, there was an accident behind the school. A student's been injured.
Oh no. Can you help me get them to the nurse's office?
Well, actually... They can't move because they broke their leg.
That's why she needs your help.
That's awful. We'll have to call them an ambulance quick.
Wait, I mean, their leg's mostly fine, actually.
You're very, very bad at
They
this.
scraped their arm. Well, their entire body.
You're
very
extremely bad at this.
scraped. Maybe you should come and see for yourself.
That's kind of what she already indicated and wanted to do, and now it's going to sound like you're making shit up.
You don't even go to this school, do you? I know that uniform. You're from Nigakuri High, aren't you?
It's the same... Is it not the same uniform?
Are you trying to pull pranks on teachers?
The jig is up.
The jig is
What
up.
year are you? Tell me your name. You're coming with me to the student guidance room. Who's your homeroom teacher?
Okay.
What year are you? Tell me your... You're coming with me. Who's your homeroom?
That's nice that they gave her 2 lines, like, as soon as all that was done.
About time.
Here,
for a
follow me this
retreat.
way. Yeah, walk. Damn, that animation. Vanillaware, you put, like, an extra little bit of time into Morimura. Let's go to the break area so she doesn't follow us to the walkway. Oh, and the cat's here. There's no way to tell if that's Fluffy or... What are they? Shintaro.
I don't have any money.
But the cat...
I don't have...
Hey, cat.
That's...
Don't get scratched.
100 yen coin. That's a lucky find.
Okay, but... Like, do we really have to do all that again?
I have 100 yen on me.
Yeah, but the drinks only cost like 25 or 50, right? You like milk coffee.
Coffee, huh? It's good. Sweet, too.
I guess I could have gone for, like, soda, because he hasn't yet, but... Let's go back to the schoolyard. Maybe we can stall Morimura again. No idea if Okino's done or not. Maybe we'll see the cat again.
Like 0 water pressure.
Maybe there's some mud in the drain. Wish they'd clean it out.
You don't even know that it's clogged. Well, I mean, can I go into the school? I don't have the money for the cafeteria yet, so we'll go to the walkway. Though maybe we could find Okino there. These little sections are going to involve a lot of back and forth. But you don't have the money for Yakisoba Pond. Hey, cat. That's not even on the ground.
100 yen coin. That's a lucky find.
Okay, well now you definitely have the money for some yakisoba pon. Did Okino get what they needed?
This place always helps me relax. Some kind of nostalgia, I suppose. The building still smells like it did back then.
That's weird.
Back then, I was just focused on training to pilot the Sentinel. I never imagined I'd end up like this.
You know what? I feel like I would be doing
I wonder if things
Hijiyama.
turned out. I thought he'd come back here, but Fine. Suppose I can wait a bit longer.
Oh no, I feel like I've done Hijiyama dirty
Back
by
then,
not getting more
I was just
yakisoba
focused on training to pilot the Sentinel. I never imagined.
Let's remember the 1940s. You can get your lunch afterwards. God, it all looks so good. Even like the dust in the air and the the god rays that are clearly that are maybe 3D. They kind of look like they're 3D, but it's off of all 2D artwork.
What's wrong? You can take a closer look.
That's right.
What do you think? I remember my first time seeing it too.
The Sentinel designs are super cool, but like, look at the waist of that thing. It does look like even a 1940s battleship could probably blow its waist apart. Though it is thicker going back, it's just thin side to
The thrill
side.
of it all left me speechless.
So this is the Sentinel.
That's right.
Look at those arms. Those legs. It's like an iron giant.
A 2,000-ton invincible iron giant at that.
Definitely a direct and intentional reference. This game drops references all the time.
You see those batteries on the front? Like a battleship's? I don't know much about the technical side, but it uses an electromagnetic field instead of gunpowder. 1 ton of shells in a single salvo.
A ton? They're just like the main batteries on the Nagato.
And those new flying bombs equipped on its back?
Bigger, really.
They control their own path. Never miss a mark.
How is that possible?
It will revolutionize war as we know it.
It would have.
If all that's true, then it sounds like a gift from the gods.
The gods must be crazy.
Or something out of a science fiction novel.
That's more like it.
Professor Doji can tell you the specifics. Apparently, it's based on this technology out of Germany.
I think that's the only mention of Germany that they've ever made. Which is probably for the best. Because, like... ugh.
And I suggest you leave the details to the engineers.
The engineers don't fucking know.
All we need to do is strap in and protect our homeland. And if I'm not able to, that duty will fall
A
to
true
you.
son of Japan. God, he's got some really good lines in combat. I mean, Ogata and everybody has some pretty good lines in combat, but it's hard to top Hijiyama's "I deny you."
Aren't there any better candidates among the adults? Why did they turn to students like us?
This is a big, fair question. Why did they? That hasn't been answered. I mean, we kind of know, but we still don't really know.
The Sentinel's no ordinary machine. It chooses its pilots. You and I were apparently the only viable choices.
Which
Hey,
is
you
something
two.
completely alien to this time period. Hey.
Kiriko-san.
Why are you here? This area should be highly restricted.
Oh, you know, I'm just delivering documents on the professor's behalf.
It's fine, Keitaro. She's the professor's daughter.
I have permission.
She says she has permission, so she has permission. I mean,
Come with me.
so cute.
We'd better start on your sync connection adjustments. Well, the professor wants to anyway. I'm just the messenger.
Thank you for passing that along, Kiriko-san. Let's go, Keitaro. Since I never went back, Keitaro should have been made the only Sentinel pilot.
And he kind of was.
But nothing in the history books even mentions him.
Yeah. What does that
Maybe
tell
they
you?
Couldn't get the Sentinel ready in time.
You haven't spoken to Keitaro at all since being here, huh? Whoa, okay. Boom.
It can't be.
Could be a ghost of memory, because he hasn't eaten all day. Could actually be Miura.
It is! If it isn't Keitaro, in the flesh!
Who are you?
What? Wait, what?
Do I look that different? It's me,
Oh, I guess he does look
Kijiyama.
pretty different.
I never imagined you'd wind up here too.
Takatoshi-san?
Okay, that makes sense. He looks a lot different. Miura does not.
It's the hair, isn't it?
Why is Miura's hair not grown?
I suppose I can't blame you for not recognizing me. I've been living here for half a year now myself. It's time to grow.
Oh, right. He did come here a lot earlier. Miura only came here like days ago, I guess? With Minami.
Take a closer look. I swear, it's me.
It really is you, Takatoshi-san.
So, when did you get here? Scratch that. How did you get here? What's happened at home since I've been gone?
Slow down. I can only answer one at a time.
So, when did you get here? What happened to the Sentinel?
Well, that's actually how I came to this era.
What, through the Sentinel?
It has the capacity to time travel.
What? So it's true. It really is a weapon from the future. Where is the Sentinel? Somewhere nearby?
It is around here, but I can't move it. Shikishima and this era's government caught wind of it too. They've seized the Sentinel.
Dear gods.
Do you know about Yakisoba Pon?
Are you hungry at all? Come see where I'm staying. I'll treat you to some yakisoba pan.
All I have to do is find a cat like 2 more times.
Oh no,
That's how this
fine.
era works.
These days, I'm in the care of Kurabe's grandchild.
I see. But I'm telling you, you've got to try this yakisoba pan. It's the most delicious food this era has to offer.
You've still never seen Tamao Kurabe in this era. I mean, we've seen the android that was maybe more OG Tamao Kurabe, but maybe? Probably. Because the Tomy android was made, I assume, a while before Tamao died in the 40s. And also at this point, there's no telling if Miura has gone back with Minami. That's like part of the genius of the way this game delivers its story, right? You get segments of every character that focuses on them and what they're going through, but then you get segments of other characters where other characters come in and kind of fill in the gaps of what happened in between those other characters' stories, right? So this could be before or after he went back to the 1940s with Natsuno, like for the second time, and actually piloted the Sentinel. Or no, after he piloted the Sentinel and surveyed the ruins of his city, where all the kaiju were just kind of dead, and they found Tamao lying on the floor, dying, before she just vanished, which is totally normal. But I feel like if he had seen that by now, he probably would have said it. We can go to, like, not this. We can go to, like, the event archive, but that'll only be updated after we finish this Hijiyama section.
Takatoshi-san, have you had the chance to try any hamburger?
But you have already been over at Juro's.
What is this hamburger?
I have reason to believe it's the greatest culinary invention in history.
It's just modern food, man.
You overestimate your burger, my friend.
Miura's a little bit less obsessed with hamburger than Hijiyama is with yakisoba pan, but like, they're both obsessed with modern food. It's kind of great.
Didn't want anyone knowing he was here. Best not to go talking about Kiriko Doji either.
But you're not going to mention it and take him
this
back.
is why you disappeared.
I guess you haven't mentioned Okinoe
You
yet.
came here.
What happened after I left?
You escaped as an accomplice to Kiriko Doji.
Uh-oh.
At least, that's what all the reports said.
Nothing doing.
Nothing doing?
Do you think I'm a spy as well?
Is that an old English way of saying, like, no such thing or whatever?
No chance of that. But, even if you were a spy, you wouldn't face any punishment for it.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, buddy.
There's nobody left in our time to authorize it.
So, we lost the war. Just like in the history books.
It's nothing to do with the war. The monsters destroyed everything.
What do you mean?
The history books
Explain yourself.
said different. They have, like, the real history from Earth, and this isn't Earth. So you have that conversation. Note to be continued? Okay.
Hold it, Okino. Keitaro was talking about some horde of monsters. I want a real explanation. Hey!
He just walks away as soon as you say horde of monsters.
This place.
Mm-hmm. First time you've seen it in this timeline?
I think it'd be better to show you instead of trying to explain.
How did you know?
So if we go back to the 1940s...
So it's true. This shrine held a way to travel across time.
Sort of.
You're coming, right?
Or like a way to travel across time. Not really across time. Was put here.
Of course.
Then let's get going.
Why even still have this clock animation?
We're
Especially
here. It's the same thing.
especially in Hijiyama's point in the story right now.
Tamao-san's house should have been around here.
Maybe the real crime would be if it appeared in Goto's stories. 'Cause like maybe you could see this before figuring stuff out,
Not
but
that
like
you can tell with it like this.
I kind of don't think so.
It's just like Keitaro said. There's not a soul in the factory or the bunker. Doesn't look like there's anyone around here either. You'd think this place was hit by one of the air raids, but there isn't even a single body.
Yeah, that's weird, huh?
No sign of any international aid or intervention.
Because Japan wasn't the only one hit.
You're still at this point of the opinion that you're
If I
communicating
had to
with other
guess,
nations.
this is the state of the entire world.
Okay, well, you're not exactly wrong. No thoughts, just despair.
What? What are those?
Those are things you're going to punch. And they have just stopped. No androids even.
That's them then? The ones you've been talking about?
Yeah, they're all Daimos. Destroyers of worlds.
Did these monsters eat everyone?
Not exactly.
They don't eat. The people have all been captured. Thanks to a buried UFO. Well, a saucer.
A saucer?
That's what the Daimos are after. Their goal is to break through to that giant underground saucer.
Then why did they stop? Right here.
Specifically to get in contact with its tech. That triggers the saucer's shifter, which teleports civilians. As to where they go, or why the Daimos do it, we don't know.
So you're of the opinion that they succeeded here and teleported everyone away.
So my mother and Tamao-san.
I guess that's a conclusion you can draw. But if you go talk to Miura, And if you were just talking to Miura, he would probably tell you about Tamao and how she just teleported out, but was still here after all the destruction with no
These
bodies.
things took them away? Wait, if the world was destroyed in the 1940s,
Uh-huh.
then the land in 1985 should be...
It's hitting you too, huh?
Does that mean
Yeah, Okino's way smarter than that.
these are parallel worlds?
I'm impressed you even know the concept.
Oh.
You used to borrow Keitaro's science fiction novels.
At the very least, there's one thing we know for sure. This reality and the other aren't connected by causality.
I think that's wrong. They're just not the same. They're different places,
Nothing makes sense
not
anymore.
different times.
If this is a nightmare, I want to wake up. Just looking at this, it doesn't feel real.
Man,
Nothing makes sense anymore.
that's me so many times in this game.
Nothing makes sense anymore.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah. Maybe it doesn't.
Yeah, maybe rethink your parallel worlds bit. 71%? Okay. What do we got updated? Probably 1940s? Tsukasa Okino. Back in 44, when Okino called himself Kiriko Doji, he operated on Takatoshi Hijiyama and Keitaro Miura to ensure their synchronicity with the Sentinels. In doing so, he implanted a linking component into their heads. Why does Miura have the scar and Hijiyama doesn't? And most of the others, no one else has a scar. That scar is from something else, right? Shifted from 45 to 85, hides his forehead scar with a hat. Hijama and Tamao Krabe are childhood friends. Maybe. No one loves his country more than he does, except for maybe this guy. After shifting, Miura ends up staying in Krabe resident thanks to Natsuno Minami's referral. The same day, Megumi Yakushiji, who happens to be staying there, cooks up some meat he knows only as Himborger, which had him in awe from its first delicious bite. God. The difference between these two and these two is nuts. I don't have a Shu Amaguchi 2188. And that's still locked, but that's going to be pretty small. We also don't have a Tetsuya Ida 2188. And still, genetically identical to Shu, but like... I understand environment, right? Experiences and such. That plays a huge role in what a person develops into just as much as their base. But they don't talk the same. They don't think the same. They don't look the same. They don't have the same eye colors. They don't have the same voice. So Shu, Amaguchi, and Ida still strike me as different people. It's really weird. You're at 71. Let's do another
Sure.
Hijiyama. He's probably only got 2 left, really.
What am I supposed to do now? If I'd been there, before my homeland lost everything, if I'd fought in the Sentinel, maybe we'd still have some hope left.
But you definitely know that that doesn't change
According to
anything
Okino,
here.
That chance is long gone.
Right. Time is flowing in both
But
places.
He might still know something. I feel so powerless in the end. All I can do is rely on him.
That's not a bad thing. Oh, even more stuff you can't think about.
So the Sentinel's a weapon from... He's telling me about all these things, but even I know this is all over my head. How do I make a difference? Is it even possible?
Whew. That's a heavy question. For a lot of people. Always running back to Sakura High. I kind of wish Hijiyama's sections had a little bit more to them, but we do get good back bits of everybody else's story, and a lot of Okino.
Where is Okino?
You still have that 100 yen from yesterday? It'd be really nice if I only had to find the cat once in order to get you some food. And we didn't hear if Okino got, like, into the nurse's office. Hijiyama still hasn't run into Okino out here. He's run into Shu out here, like, twice, though.
I don't have any money.
You should have, like, 50 left, or 150. Oh, no. Are you about to ruin my day? I can't even talk to you. Okay, you know what? Good.
Hold it right there.
Your uniforms are the same.
You certainly don't take pride in your appearance.
It's all I have to wear.
Do we really have students like you at our school?
Goto?
I've never seen you around. What school do you attend?
Can't mind his own business.
Let's just walk away.
Not feeling great? That obvious. What happened?
Wow, I can just walk away.
I looked at the wrong textbook.
I don't have any money, though. I don't see the cat anywhere.
Wrong subject the whole night.
I've never seen you around.
Can't mind it.
Of course. The teacher
Oh, super done. Does Goto have any change?
trash fire.
Just, like, shake him up a little. Wait, what did these girls just say?
So a total trash fire.
That's the line I heard. I don't have any money. And there's no one here.
I don't have any money.
Damn, his sections get a lot of use out of that line. Man, even that crowd of people is animated so well. It's silly. Miura, Sekigahara, Okino. Do I have a hint? No.
No, there wouldn't be any around here.
I mean, there might be. The cat gets all over the place. You can't go to, like, the front. I don't have any options but to go back. Oh, hello.
That's... a 100 yen coin.
That's almost enough. Hello.
That's a lucky find. Oh, wait, this isn't what it looks like.
I wasn't just stealing from a cat, I swear.
Please wait.
What? What's that even about?
Really, it's all a misunderstanding.
Well, also, why are you so ashamed?
I guess it wasn't a misunderstanding at all. No.
Let's see if I can find the cat again. Boom! Now we have to do it in front of Goto.
chance.
Really? What exactly are you doing?
What do you fucking think?
Really? What exactly are you doing?
How are you gonna shame someone for picking up change off the floor next to a cat? What use does that Neko have for a coin? Asshole. Okay, same shit. Milko, you're... Oh, I can't talk to you. Damn, it's too bad. I guess I can get a drink. Right?
I have...
What was that line? I don't have to see the skin. What was that line? It looks like 500 yen, or 400 based on the menu. Maybe that's not the yakisoba pon. Let's find the cat one more time anywhere else. Right? Like, right here. Since I don't get to go back through this. I feel bad. I didn't get Hijiyama any food yesterday. Cat, reappear. Reappear. Well, damn. All right. Soda it is.
I have... Sparkling soda. Sugary and refreshing.
Wow, you're not weirded out about it like Mira was. Maybe Goto's left. Oh, fuck you, buddy. Weird, I can go from these two places back to the walkway, but from the cafeteria, I go immediately back to the inside of the old school. It's not really an oversight, it's just odd. Oh, I can't. Huh. Okay, well, damn. Go to your sections. He just spends all day running back and forth, looking for change around the school. And no one notices, except for Goto, who's kind of a shit.
Really? What exactly are you doing?
What's got you all nervous?
Hold it right there. I just don't want to miss the show tonight.
There we go.
So that's it. I was wondering why you've been missing practice. What's the show?
Sorry.
It's,
I remembered something I have to do.
Thank you, Miwako. I'm so sorry, Miwako. He doesn't know what he's missing.
That show with the pop stars.
100 yen coin. That's a lucky find.
I mean, it's fine, but
Miwako. God, I wonder if she has, like, any in-depth backstory like the rest of the playable characters that we're going to get later somehow. Like, maybe Goto's avoiding her for a reason that's not the most obvious reason. But the most obvious reason is also bunk. Because Miwako's best girl. What? No, you picked up 100. You spent 50 at the drink station. Is that how, that's how it worked before. Maybe the cat has more money.
Wanna get going? Yeah.
It's not still here. Here we go. I failed to get you some food yesterday. You're eating today.
100 yen coin. That's a lucky find.
You're getting that bread. I know how much you think about it.
Yeah, but I want to hear more tomorrow.
I have 200 yen on me.
This is probably
Your finest yakisoba pan, please.
not plot critical at all. But like, look how happy he is with the yakisoba pod.
Sorry for making you wait, yakisoba pan, but it's okay now. Time to dig in.
That's right. I mean, it sounds delicious. It's carbs on carbs with sauce.
Impossibly delicious. But of course it is. It's yakisoba pan.
Why does it get added again?
Fried in sauce. I don't trust him, but if there's one except...
Stir-fried noodles in sweetbread. I feel like him finding ways to get yakisoba pan is maybe the most filler there is in this game. But it's also kind of great. There's nothing to do here? Well, we got Goto to move in the schoolyard section, so I guess we go back there. Really, his sections are some of the like most
Yeah, but I want
old
to hear more
JRPG,
tomorrow.
straight up visual novel stuff, where you're just like, what route do I take?
How do I make a difference?
What
So the
little
Sentinels it's strange to say,
options
but
are going to make?
after all, even one of its
What little choices
I
do you
don't
need to
trust
do
him,
to
but
like
if there's one
get to any other point in one character's story? Do you want another yakisoba pan?
I have
Maybe a little bit of drink. Haven't been back to the break area since getting some bread.
Want to get going? Yeah.
So let's do that. I guess it feels kind of like people are thinning out a little bit.
So I'll see you at the usual place later.
Yeah, I get it.
When in Tomi's story did she ever interact with Okino? Unless this is 426. 486? I forget. I think
I'll
426.
see you later.
Who was that just now?
Nobody, okay? It's fine.
Oh,
Oh, right. I should probably tell you.
Uh-huh.
I'll be late getting home again tonight.
You're that type of person, huh?
you've been gone every night for a while now. Where have you been going? Tokisaka Shrine?
Oh, right. No, how could I forget? How could I forget? Tomi is blackmailing Okino.
You don't need to know.
Hey,
Go ahead and get yourself dinner. Don't wait up for me, okay?
I just scrounged for dinner. But, okay. Oh.
I shouldn't right now. After sundown, I'll wait for him at Tokisaka Shrine.
I mean, you've got the right idea of it. So, the fucking Okino is so cold sometimes. You don't need to know about it. Here, take this coin. I know you know what you can use it for. Your lovely yakisoba pan.
No point just sitting around waiting for him. I'll have to kill time for a while.
I literally just
Damn,
did
Okino.
that.
Is that what this money was for? Just a bribe to appease me?
Yeah?
No, I'm getting too worked up about this. Damn his allowance. I can spend this all right now.
That's right. I'm gonna go have a second yakisoba pan, which got added to the thought cloud. We're gonna angrily eat this yakisoba pan. It gets added to the thought cloud with every bite. What? just to... Oh, my God. Look at that. We have options about what to think about right now. Yaki, 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 soba pot. And look, the little green lights in the top right, if they're faded, they're like not critical things, or they're stuff you've already thought about before. All of these are highlighted green. These are all important.
Delicious.
Wait, did you really just get 3 of them?
Delicious.
Is that normal? Is that a glitch?
Delicious.
We're gonna stress eat. And I'm gonna buy some coffee about it. You haven't had apple juice yet. Get some Ringo to wash all that down. Although honestly, caffeine after all that bread would probably be a good idea.
What was Okino planning with that girl?
It's kind of the other way around. Get our fruit sugar. Let's get our coffee.
It feels like he's hiding something.
I think Okino might be a little ashamed. And then top it off with some soda. Jesus. It's like you didn't eat yesterday.
Something's going on with him. I can tell.
All of this caffeine and sugar and a 5th yakisoba pan. Lord, do you feel all right?
Oh no. What time is it? I need to hurry over to Tokisaka Shrine.
Doesn't look like it's dark yet, but I wouldn't blame you from passing out due to the massive itis you just incurred.
I can't believe I overslept. It's so late.
That's more like it.
The 2 of them must be long gone by now. Probably.
Just wait around.
No choice. We'll wait here and confront them when they return.
There you go. Ogata and Juro.
Ogata.
At what point in the story is this, though? Yeah, you don't know anything about
Hey,
Juro.
Ichiyama, you remember all that shit you put me through? Because I sure as hell do.
Has your story already happened, too? Because, like, you get out of Okino's place, and, like, the Deimos attack just immediately happens. Though, if I want to really know, right, Ninji Ogata. Final battle happens. Breaking limits instead of the beginning. When does... Oh, right. Because you were in the facility for a while, going through your loop. Which is most of your individual story, really. It's the middle part of his individual story. And then... he talks about it with Shu on the roof. In which they both don't believe her, because it's great. And then Ninji's not even here for this. But he does see this immediately afterwards. Yakushiji just shooting everybody. Although this seems like a day apart. So yeah, okay, there's 7 events in between. Very next thing. Ninji waits for Megumi Yakushiji at the front gate, and Yakushiji runs away from him and heads home. At that moment, Ogata remembers that he was saved by Yakushiji. Why does he only remember it? Well, I guess it's weird. Ogata appears to be kind of dense, but there could be other stuff going on, right? This was 40 scenes ago. And then... But the scene we're in right now with... Takatoshi Hijiyama has to be One of these two, because it can't be after this. Right? You know?
Now that I think about it, I don't know how you escaped, but I see how it is. You came looking for another black eye.
Take a step back, Juro.
Try it. See what happens.
Even though Alt Juro is easily more badass than both of these people.
Ogata-kun, aren't we here to look for Kisaragi-san?
Yeah, okay, fine.
Because you just saw her get shot. Even though the person who shot her is the one who saved you.
Don't have time for this.
I mean, they're not back yet.
Sorry to disappoint. We'll dance some other time.
And that's your decision to make, huh? Selfish bastard.
The hell are you doing here anyways?
I'm looking for Okino.
What happened to him?
This is just what I heard from Sawatari-san.
Miwako, you're the best!
But according to her, Kisaragi-san's been going out to meet some guy lately.
She what? Just the two of them?
Oh, right.
Must be that girl from this afternoon.
Juro.
So that's who Kisaragi ran off with. Got a feeling I know where they went too.
Right here.
What? How?
Oh, yeah, he would. He really would.
She mentioned something about it.
By the way, do you know how to work this time travel business?
Oh. You don't know either?
The two meatheads. Damn it, I want to talk to Juro. The two meatheads sitting here just like, yeah, we've done it, but... bunch of himbos up in here. And Juro. Did Juro go anywhere?
Did you have to take the same hiding spot? It's too hot over here now. Move over there.
Oh, you're outside. Shut up.
Shut it. If it's so damn stuffy, then you take a hike. God damn it. Sick of all these mosquitoes.
Maybe they didn't even go today.
Well, Karabe already went home.
Really?
But I ain't leaving until I know what's going on here.
Same here. The way things are, I feel like I don't know anything anymore.
That's, you know what? That's the most sane thing to feel right now.
So, this girl, Kisaragi, what kind of relationship do you two have?
And why is she stealing my man? I mean, not that. Panics in gay.
You know, a friend.
A friend, huh? Okino hasn't been wearing the dress lately. Did he drop it for the sake of...
I like it when he wears the dress.
Maybe you weren't the person I thought you were, Tsukasa Okino.
Fuck, I love this game. I love this game so much. Wait, how did you hear that?
Seriously, I'm not lying. I know I saw that image pop up.
I know. The access logs confirm you got in. The question is, why didn't we get a response?
So this is after the end of Tomi's, but before when? Before Shoes? What is it, Miyaba Inaba? What's the idol alt Tomi? Older OG, like Android Tomi, kind of. What's her name again? Miyuki Inaba? It's maybe before she got back around or unlocked.
Hey, idiot, don't just jump out.
Ogata? What the heck are you doing here?
Shut up.
Huh? Don't tell me. Are you a little jealous?
Uh-huh.
That's totally
They
it,
both
right?
are.
Please. Who'd get jealous over you?
You would. You know it. Written on your face.
Is that what this is about?
Uh-huh.
You got jealous?
Don't be ridiculous. I was just
worried about you. That's all.
Go ahead, copy him.
Underground place, right?
Well, the androids were all broken anyway.
I mean, heck, if something had happened to you.
Moron.
want to know how to save everyone.
You should yeah, keep telling yourself that. I mean, that's true, but like...
If there's a way, then tell me. Please.
I understand. I'm doing my best to find the right answer here. I don't know if it'll be enough to save everyone, but it could make a difference, at least. I'll tell you all I know. It's getting late. You should all go home.
Huh? Come on, Okino, you kidding me?
Oh, come on. I'll explain everything on the way back. So walk me home, please.
Damn it. You got off easy this time, Okino.
Tomi Kisaragi, proving herself to be cooler than Ninji Ogata.
Now, we'd better get going.
To where?
The Tower of Knowledge.
The what?
That's where it all starts.
The what now? Game, if you to be continued me right here. The Tower of Knowledge.
What is this?
This is
I
definitely
told
your
you
first
about
time
this
here.
before.
So, I've got competing theories, and none of them really fit yet, right? It could be that all of these different sectors are different areas on the same or different partially terraformed planets. Or they could all be those big enclosures on the colony in space. But if they're the enclosures on the colony in space, then it doesn't make sense that Miyuki Inaba would orbit out of communication distance for 14 hours. Unless there is one singular land base on a planet that's maybe in an area that's been kind of terraformed or not, and we've never seen that. And each one of these sectors are different sectors on the colony ship. Maybe. Kind of like another reversal. It's
We're
time
inside
travel.
the
It's not
buried
time travel.
UFO.
They're on terraformed cities on a planet, or different planets. They're not, actually. So when they're saying we're on the UFO, they're not actually in the one underground, even though it looks like it. And when those earthquakes happen, then those plates underneath were just dropping out into space. But then Shu went up high in his Sentinel and ended up in space. But maybe he didn't. Maybe that's just universal control screwing with everybody. Except most of our main characters seem like they can't be screwed with to the same degree that everybody else can. Even though they definitely have the same, like, in addition to all the other memory fuckery, they still have the same, like, memories of childhood, right?
So this UFO, it's somewhere deep underground?
Let's see. First, you'd better take a look at this.
More logs?
I know
Okay.
that shoreline.
There
That's
you go.
Ashitaba City in the middle. And 300 meters below the surface, we have this.
The saucer.
That's right.
Around 30 kilometers in diameter.
That's gigantic. So this was built by humans from the future?
Or extraterrestrials, potentially.
Yeah, Okino doesn't have the full picture and doesn't have all of the information that, well, he's always kind of been under the impression that time travel is going on until he's certain it's not. Excuse me. That's seen in the 1940s. It's pretty certain that they're not connected by causality, so it's either parallel worlds or different areas to him. And he seemed to kind of be indicating it was parallel worlds, or at least he was leaning in that direction, until Hijiyama here was like, none of this makes sense. And then Okino was like, Yeah, actually, you're right.
So this is what the Deimos had been chasing?
Exactly. The UFO's also in Sector 5, which means
Multiple UFOs, parallel worlds, completely different locations on the same terraformed planet that you're teleporting in between.
it's also buried there in 1945. The people there disappeared when Deimos came into contact with it. Same as in my time. But there's only one left, still fully functional.
85.
And that's the one in 1985.
Sector 4. Why 85?
What's wrong?
1985. Even assuming it's a parallel world, something isn't right. We know there's a pattern to the attacks. 40-year gaps, going chronologically backwards.
Does it just take the Deimos 40 years? No. But it's not 40 years. There's 40-year gaps in between the designs of each sector. But the attacks are like a few days or a week apart so far. Maybe more.
Then why has nothing happened in 1985? Why skip that year and go straight to my time?
Because it was actually sequentially next.
That's actually pretty sharp. Especially for you.
Just like in a straight line.
Hey now.
It's because 1985 is kind of an outlier. Someone in that time has the decode control key. In other words, that'd be the one sending commands to the Deimos.
Wouldn't that also be the one calling them? So it would be more likely for them to get hit first? And since we know it's Natsuno Minami and they killed everything elsewhere...
That's why they never mounted a full attack. They just went straight to Sector 5. Sector 4 will be the final target on their list.
Why would it be a target if they're
Which means
there?
1985 will be our last line of defense.
I mean, it's a safe assumption given their behavior, but if the one controlling everything is there, I guess you know more about the decode than
So in the
me,
end,
the player.
we can't stop the commands?
Well, you already know the situation. We have no idea who's actually summoning them.
Ogata does. He's just decided not to tell you, which might be a smart
Even then,
idea.
killing
Maybe
the
not.
source would be meaningless. Someone
Right.
else would just start broadcasting the signal. Anyone implanted with the inner Lossiter is a candidate. Any one of them can be the Deimos' wayfinder.
So even I might be...
Yeah. Even you could be the one luring them to us.
Except you've looked through his memories. Right? Right? When A arrives in the abandoned factory in Higoromacho, a girl with braids comes out and pushes Isaka hard to recall his memories. That happens way later in Takatoshi's. This is the last thing we see. So, like, some of these are going to get filled in, because here's the Tomi scene, where Tomi finds out that Okino is shifting. And then Hijiyama's section that we're going through right now is going to be right here. And, like, these all happen back to back. And maybe something with Yakushiji goes in between here. Ninji's already happened. For sure. Which makes perfect sense, because he was talking about it afterwards. And then all of Hijiyama's early stuff. Damn. Look at what little happens with Hijiyama. And then the Ninja stuff happens. And then... Okay.
So why do we have it in the first place?
That's a strong
Who
question.
modified us with that inner Lossiter? Is that what they wanted? To destroy the world?
Like I said, there's still a lot we don't know.
Right. I mean, Okino did, but not initially.
Besides which, It's this UFO that's abducting people.
Sort of.
We don't know much about the Interlocutor, but
See, like, alien abductions? Yeah, it's totally happening. Kind of, sort of. It's more complicated than that.
it's general use information technology from 2188. It's got that decode sending out commands, but that's comparatively a very minor part of its function.
Wait, minor?
That's the part I
I
don't
mean,
get.
it does a lot. That's
Something else
infected.
is eating up over 80% of the Interlocutor's processes. Some totally unrelated function.
Maybe like it's completely normal functions that it was originally designed
Nothing
for?
to do with the decode. I tried to find out what function the system's prioritizing, but I don't know. None of this makes sense. The data throughput of the decode isn't that much.
Damn, when even Okino is like, none of it makes sense. You know stuff's going crazy.
It basically just needs to maintain a link to the person commanding the Deimos, and access 3 locations at regular intervals.
Oh?
One of the access points is the mainframe of the UFO.
Here.
Universal control. Might have
Here-ish.
to do with the reason people disappear. I'd need more data to know for sure.
But a really
The
solid
second point
guess.
of access is Sector 1.
Which still has underground labs active?
The automated factories in the year 2105.
Yeah, okay. It's pumping out Deimos. At least aside from the mobile Deimos who pump out more Deimos.
The factories weren't destroyed when they attacked. They're using them to manufacture more Deimos.
They probably always were.
That's where the Sentinels were created too. And the final access point, by my guess, would be the thing Tomi Kisaragi saw. Some kind of satellite in orbit. And from its data banks, they're pulling blueprint data for the Deimos themselves.
That's probably Sector 0, huh?
Even knowing all that, though, are we any closer to saving the world?
No.
It's a long shot, but if I can figure out this UFO and the orbital contact point,
So you haven't figured out the Aegis plan that Morimura wants to do.
it's possible we can bring back the people who disappeared. But yeah, it feels like I'm still overlooking something. Something a bit more fundamental.
Yeah. Like the fact that it's has nothing to do with parallel worlds. Now what got updated? The decode's function is to maintain a link to one commander and access 3 locations at irregular intervals. You see automated factories in Sector 1 and a satellite in orbit, which I'm guessing is Sector 0. Earlier I was like, well, maybe that's a new sector, and so they crush things and make new ones, and they just kind of go into those, but I don't think that's how it works. Key. Since anyone with an Interlocutor is a candidate for becoming a commander, it would be pointless to kill whoever has the control key. Which would be cool if Ninji knew that. Another candidate would simply become the next commander. The Deimos avoid the sector with the commander and control key when they attack. This is why Sector 5 was destroyed before Sector 4, which housed the commander. Or like all of the commanders. Though I guess if only one of them is broadcasting the key at one time, it doesn't matter so much as long as that one remains alive and they kill them last. Or they just don't know about the others because no one else is broadcasting. And then the other stuff that got updated is stuff I don't have unlocked. Control key, Deimos code, and that's it. Right, I could have landed on something that was updated, maybe? Oh yeah, and Interlocutor. No, wait, I don't think I didn't read that. It's unknown who injected the Interlocutors into the 15 students. Furthermore, more than 80% of Interlocutor processes are devoted to an unknown function. The decode uses a relatively minor portion with the remaining 20%. So some of that's going to be, it's like, its base design. Unless they've been completely rewritten, which, you know, maybe. And that could be like the AI versions of their personalities that are just stored, which may or may not actually be a thing. Basic command code to interact with the terminals and the UFO. Though why are they there in the first place? Something Morimura did, probably. So that's 3. 4 things got updated. But whichever the last one is, I still haven't unlocked. Oh my god! I have to play a Goto event before coming back to Hijiyama? Damn, dude. For probably your last event, which means I bet you a lot of time passes in between then and now. Only these 2 scenes, so there's still these 2, and then all of this. You do have another chapter, but like this is more than at the end of any other person's scene right now. Sort of. Breaking limits. Well, that's the same scene. Miro, Minami, Agata, and Kisaragi. You've got more going on. No. It's eventually going to funnel me into Juro Karabe. So let's do... Wait, I can't do Sekigahara. We have Sekigahara. We're in Goto, of course. I can do Miura. Right, you were the only one that was actually open. And we can get Miura over, and then do Sekigahara. And then we have to do some Juro and some Megumi. Well, all right, Miura. What are we going to see here? You've got 2 scenes left. Is this also going to be locked?
Chihiro.
Yeah. Your little sister is, outside of not really being your little sister, something wild.
The footage he showed us is allegedly from the future. If it's real, then how am I still alive 200 years from now? All I know for certain is that it's no ordinary scout unit.
Okino's gonna figure it out.
No point in trying to make sense out of his story. It's still too early to say anything for sure. But a scout unit from the future?
Yeah.
And it possesses my consciousness?
Sort of. Kind of. It's a very, very similar consciousness. Possesses a consciousness that's either the one yours was based off of, or it's based off of the same consciousness that yours is based off of. Kind of depends on how the tech works and how the transfer works in sci-fi.
Natsuno-san.
I'm so glad I just work with magic instead of sci-fi, Jesus.
Get it together, Keitaro. She certainly is quite... Yes, I admit she's bright, cheerful, attractive.
You two had a relationship in the future past.
But right now, I have more urgent matters to tend to. Back in 1945, everyone mysteriously vanished.
That was weird, huh?
But here in 1985, 40 years later, there's no historical evidence or impact from that event.
Almost like they're different places.
It reminds me of a concept I read about in a science book. The idea of 2 similar parallel worlds.
Yeah, they're pushing that, but I don't think that's what's going on. I mean, maybe it could be. You could be you could be just say traveling, because that's what I'm familiar with. You could be traveling between different parallel worlds. I don't travel between parallel worlds. I travel between dimensions. It's different. They're not the same places. They're not identical places. Sometimes they don't even have the same rules. This is more mirrored. Mine's just like funky right angles.
According to the history of this era, it has indeed been 40 years. But this era doesn't seem to be based on the era I'm from. The two aren't connected. Perhaps this isn't really time travel after all. Chihiro. She was acting like a completely different person. Design engineer? Controlling the system? What was she talking about? Chihiro. Even if I do bring the Sentinel back home, how can I bring myself to fight?
Oh, two of those thoughts
The ones
are
I
still
swore
green.
to protect are gone.
It's weird that sometimes the game makes you think about a thing multiple times.
Natsuno-san, I'm not sure why, but I really want to hear her voice right now. Could she still be at school?
Oh, 1 second.
What's happened to her? Chihiro Morimura? She's the original Chihiro? Is there no going back to the way she used to be?
You don't want that. I was about to be like, no, probably not. But honestly, at this point, yeah, there probably is, but you don't want that.
Chihiro. Natsuno-san, I'm not sure, but I really could she still be...
Maybe. This is probably before she goes missing? Or at least, like, a lot of Mira's story here might be before she goes missing, right? Because she kind of goes missing at the end of her story, and that's when Yuki Fuyasaka's story happens.
No point in trying to make sense out of his story. It's still too early to... But a scout unit, and it possesses...
Why was that highlighted? Let's just walk in.
Natsuno-san's over there.
Oh yeah, to the left. I forgot. Except, can you even walk into... Oh, hi! Hey, hi, hello.
What do I do?
What's the hurry?
Miura-kun. BJ's gone. I'm pretty sure he's lost somewhere by himself. If he's caught, we'll never see him again.
All
What?
right. Let's split up and find him.
Okay, he couldn't have gone too far. Maybe he's inside one of the school buildings.
Okay, then you search the buildings. I'll search the campus perimeter.
Okay, I'm on it. Thanks.
All right, that helps. Let's go to, like, the old building, I guess? I'm not sure I remember BJ going missing.
Did you see that flying RC thing?
It went back behind the North School building. Think it belongs to the radio club?
It was all boxy and weird shaped. Didn't look like a helicopter to me.
Well, it was
So
a
it
twin
can
rotor.
fly. Behind the north building. That's where the old school building is.
That's super convenient. Also, BJ, you got seen. This is definitely before the
No sign of
end.
him.
I mean, keep going. Definitely before the end of
Sounds like
Natsuno's
rotor blades.
story.
Are you trying to draw attention to yourself?
For real, actually.
Natsuno-san's worried about you.
Keitaro Miura, I've been scanning for you from overhead.
Well, that's fortunate. I've been looking for you, too. Is what Sekigahara said true? Are you... me?
That's correct. I am Keitaro Miura.
That's gotta be the weirdest.
Why do you look like this?
When the world was destroyed, I died.
Uh-huh.
I had to take your place and fight in the Sentinel. In order to do this, I was resurrected as an AI.
You don't know what that means.
So you've been using a Sentinel to fight off those monsters. That's what you're looking for, right?
Correct.
Then how did your AI end up in this scout unit?
There was a malfunction in the Sentinel.
I guess he knows what AI is. He reads sci-fi sometimes from the 40s.
So I uploaded a part of myself to this drone. However, 72% of me is still wrapped inside the Sentinel.
Oh! Well, then whenever you retrieved that information and stored it in this drone, you only ended up killing 28% of yourself. The BJ part. God, game, you had to name him BJ.
Does Natsuno-san know that you're me?
We didn't get a chance to meet in the previous world. I'm very fond of Natsuno.
What do you mean by previous world? The previous loop.
It's best that she doesn't know.
If you're really from the future, then you must know what's going to happen.
My experiences are all from past events.
Because that's how time works.
Past events?
Time is relative.
Okay, I mean, that's true.
Even with future technology, time travel is impossible.
Yeah, just spelling it out in case anyone had any doubts left over.
We never traveled through time.
Not once, not ever.
You're Keitaro Miura from the future, right?
No, you're Keitaro Miura from the future.
I'm an entity that used to be Miura.
Correct.
Before you.
But which Miura? OG Miura? Miura from the previous loop that got shunted into the Sentinel AI?
I located the Sentinel. I can now access all logs.
Sort of.
So the rest of the footage is available.
Promise me. Before the final invasion begins, you'll research the logs and figure out a solution.
You're talking to a version of yourself that has nowhere near the experience or know-how with this sort of thing.
Chihiro Morimura's plan. Operation Aegis.
Yeah?
It will lead you all down a path of destruction.
Chihiro's plan?
Promise me.
Why are you asking me this?
Cause you're cause
I'll be gone soon.
which would be a shocker. Oh shit.
Morimura-san.
Oh shit.
Is all going as planned?
All issues have been resolved on my end. 4 sectors are ready for the final phase. The remaining one is at roughly 70%.
Huh.
Sectors.
Their structures are similar to these colonies. So that's what I've been calling them.
So we'll have 5 sectors then.
I've chosen not to divide them based on orbital positions.
Orbital positions. So the sectors are different orbiting ships, whereas the satellite that Miyuki Inaba is on the ground.
Instead, I've separated them by historical eras. I've been meaning to ask.
I'm such a fan of history, I decided to make the whole game really fucking confusing for the first, like, 50-60% of it.
Why don't we create a residential district of the present day?
The decision was made to start over. From a time before the world took such a terrible turn.
Huh.
Before the nanomachine incidents?
Perhaps humanity tasted the fruit of knowledge too early.
So instead you're going to try and give it to people from the 40s or the 80s?
When it was being decided how far we should go back, we couldn't come to an agreement. So we ultimately settled on preparing residential districts by era.
Okay.
I've always wanted to live in the 20th century before the war, so this works out perfectly. However, some resources of the era are quite old. Accurately reproducing them might pose a difficulty. I don't think I can do it with confidence.
That's fine. As long as our civilization survives, I'll be happy.
Once it's completed, just one district will be the size of a city. It'll have a bustling population of 1.2 million people.
The 6 million from the ARC project evenly divided.
We have more residential areas than we originally planned. Miss Karabe's hands are going to be awfully full.
What's she in charge of?
I'm sure everything will be finished on time. I have to get back to work.
Understood.
Okay. Okay. So, BJ Miura thinks that Chihira's plans will lead to destruction. But in all of the combat scenes, we're following Operation Aegis, which is kind of what Chihiro Morimura wanted, and it's what baby Morimura wants, but we've never seen adult latex Morimura doing Operation Aegis. And Sekigahara killed current day Morimura, which is why she went missing at school. Maybe? And Goto, of course, is suspicious of Morimura, which we only know from the first 14% of his stuff. Show me that event log. What's new? Past Kitara Miura. And from then on, but these are all different protagonists, aren't they? Yeah, okay. So Miura knew about all of that since here. And most of this is his storyline. And then a bunch of different protagonists. And then we're going to get this. And then this happens after the final battle, perhaps. Or maybe, like, this happens, final battle, and all the combat happens, and then there's more. What got updated? Wow, let me just give this to us. When Keitaro Miura asks her why they didn't create a residential district of the 2180s, Morimura explains that the decision was to start over from a time before the world took such a terrible turn. Something even crazier happened with nanotech and nanotech incidents. But it's also, well, I guess cloning could be different. But I like the nanotech stuff has to be how they're, in part, how they're starting over. It probably has something to do with their construction. It probably has something to do with universal control being able to be universal control. Definitely has stuff to do with all the memory stuff, and it definitely has stuff to do with transplanting consciousnesses. Unless everyone is an android, you get nanomachines in people's brains, and that's how you, like, interject and overwrite memories and personalities and such. That's how you install previous versions of memories in clones that have normal human bodies and normal human brains. She also notes that they couldn't come to an agreement as to how far they should go back, so they ultimately settled on preparing residential districts by era, which makes the whole first half of the game really fucking confusing. Good job, Morimura and Miura. Former executive of Newman Inc. and a leading figure in nanotech research. She's the research lab. She has a research lab in Sector 4, which is a colony that's still under construction. It's still under construction? That's the final colony? It's weird. And so maybe that's why the Daimos get there last, right? It's just further away. It was further down on the list, logically. He's the architect of the sectors, the virtual residential districts. Virtual calls them sectors since they're structured just like the 5 space colonies. What? He's always wanted to live in an era before the war. He's architect of the virtual residential districts. Now the logs are really fucking with me. He calls them sectors since they're structured just like the 5 space colonies. There are 5 space colonies that are not the 5 sectors. They're different. Is there a space colony satellite orbiting thing for each sector? Is there one command orbiting thing? But there's also like one potentially networked universal control under each sector or above each sector if everything is upside down because woohoo crazy gravity on a colony ship floating in space. It's still up in the air. I don't know if these are on a planet or on a colony ship. I don't know. BJ's true identity is Keitaro Miura from the past world. Because there is no time travel. We're going with hard sci-fi, kind of, sort of, except there's teleportation and people's clothes come off whenever they get in the Sentinels for some reason. We're going with, like, harder than soft, but softer than hard sci-fi. Which is, again, this game making me say horny things for non-horny concepts. There are 5 possible shift destinations. Sector 1, 2100s. Sector 2, the 2060s. Sector 3, the 2020s. Sector 4, 1980s. Sector 5, 1440s. That's been basically pointed out elsewhere, like time travel. In reality, they aren't traveling to the past or the future, but between each sector. Just in case you didn't piece that together by now, the game has BJ and this note spell it out for you. Oh my god, there's an entry for each sector now. A giant dome with a diameter of 30 kilometers, 1.2 million people live inside of it. And somewhere is, like, if there's an ARC project entry, then that somewhere talked about 6 million people being part of the ARC project, or 6 million people's DNA being stored on the ARC from the ARC project. Oh. What the fuck? Look at that. They're all right next to each other with a central hub. Maybe the central hub is the UFO and there's nothing actually underground. But why would their readings indicate that? Also, all of those, like, plates look like the UFO. No doubt, no doubt. In 2188, the satellite orbiting Earth had 5 colonies called sectors. Since the residential zones that Keitaro Miura created for Project ARC are structured similarly to the colonies, they were also called sectors. Okay. Morimura, as well as other individuals involved with Project ARC, felt that humanity should start over from a time before the nanomachine incidents. We don't know precisely what that means. However, they couldn't come to an agreement as to how far they should go back, so they ultimately settled on preparing residential districts by areas, which is how the 5 sectors were born. So this is what? Is this a picture of our 5 sectors? Is it a picture of the satellite orbiting Earth? Also, now we know it's a satellite orbiting Earth. They're not on a far-off terraformed planet. They just have a bunch of terraforming machines that are going. Oh my God. They're all connected. They're all part of a central hub. There's not actually a huge amount of structure going off for like miles and miles and kilometers in every direction outside of the city. If Shu kept going, he would have hit a wall. Facility that simulates years 2089 to 2109. It is already in ruins due to the kaiju attacks and toxic levels of radiation. Facility that simulates the years 2049 to 2069 is already in ruin due to the kaiju attacks. So, like, this one would have a hard time being rebooted to to the same degree as the others, because they had and used nukes inside this sector, which is kind of wild. A facility that simulates the years 2009 to 2029 is already in ruins due to the kaiju attacks. It was used as a trial run for Operation Aegis. The self-defense system was successfully activated for one of the terminals here, which is perhaps in part why they couldn't travel back to part of this sector. 69 to 89 is a peaceful place where kaiju have not yet invaded, but they will. And 29 to 49, it's already in ruins due to kaiju attacks. This one got skipped because the person broadcasting the decode is there. Damn. That's a lot. We can finish off Mira. Currently at 10. Let's go ahead and finish off Mira, because that's kind of wild. And we get, like, all of the... well, not all, but a lot of the 2188 space conversations through Mira.
Yes.
Yes. Lord, this game. 85. Clear skies. Judgment Day. Boom, 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 boom.
Everything looks like it's made of gold. I remember the day the Karabe family took me in. I held Chihiro's hand, and there was a sunset just like this. Chihiro. I don't care who Chihiro says she is. She's still family.
That's it? Oh.
Takatoshi-san.
Hello.
You actually showed up?
That Sentinel belongs to us, doesn't it?
Hey, Tiberian. It's going. I've had some internet problems recently, but it's going.
Why wouldn't I show up?
We're finally getting to the end of this game. Kind of, sort of, maybe. Things are making more sense.
So
I still
that's
definitely
where it
don't
is,
have all the
huh?
answers. How are you doing?
Yeah. The Sentinels inside that building.
Strange, isn't it? Pretty soon, all this will turn into a battleground. We'll be fighting in a place that's supposedly in the future. This is what we've been training for. Odd circumstances aside, it's an honor to fight using such incredible weapons.
One of your Oshis is also having internet problems and she can't stream. It's rough, man. It sucks. Luckily, mine, I think, are local to my house and some wiring issues. So when I get some people out to look at it, I know exactly what to tell them and how to direct them. But even if they're not, if she's not experiencing the same thing, then, like, it can still be rough because your ISP can just have issues, or your local network can just have issues. You're stuck on your 3rd overtime week because of Prime Day? That sounds rough, bud. Prime Day's super busy, though, huh? Everybody uses Amazon for everything. She's having the same issue, like housing wiring problems? Yeah. Luckily, mine were not too hard to diagnose. Literally, they had a piece of equipment in the wiring on the outside of my house that was boosting the signal too strong, so sometimes it just wouldn't connect with the router right. There would be, like, mismatch kind of in the communication back and forth. And they solved the problem by just taking out that booster, but then that caused the TV back in my grandma's bedroom to stop receiving a signal, so she called someone out to fix that, and they just put the same part back in place, and so now the internet issues are back. So I've got to have them come out and try to solve both. Oh, she's in a rented house and the landlord refuses to fix the problem? That's the worst. There's very little she could do about that. I mean, yeah, there's very little she can do about that. I was about to say she can just call the ISP and, like, lie, which I would recommend, but there are going to be security issues about, you know, are you the person who owns this account or whatever with the house, and yeah, that's rough. There might not be anything she can really do about that if the landlord refuses to do anything. That's horrible.
Takatoshi-san.
No good.
If anything happens
Landlords
to me,
are like that.
could you look after Chihiro?
Don't be stupid. Whenever you're in trouble, I'll always be there. And if it ever looks grim, I'll be the first to take a bullet for you. Now don't get discouraged. No one's going to die.
No one's died so far. Sort of, kind of. Maybe a couple of people have, actually. The cable company said the wiring in the house was bad and it was her problem? By her, do you mean the landlord? Because, like, that sounds extra awful. If the wiring in the... There's like, 2 ISPs where I am, right? And those are our only choices, and neither one of them are good. But as far as I know, if the wiring in the house is bad, like the coax internet cable wiring is bad, that's their problem. And I mean, you have to pay more for them to come out and fix it than you would for just like a regular checkup of anything. But like, that's wacky, right? Like when the first person came out to look at mine, they were looking at the coax cable, and for a second they thought, oh, well, maybe we have some wiring kind of in a bad position because it was getting pinched by a door, but it's not actually. And so they were willing to... you highly doubt coax would go bad? Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't go bad unless it's injured. Like, unless it's pinched, or sometimes it can be, like, chewed through by animals, or accidentally destroyed by lawn care stuff. But if it's just, like, not physically damaged, coax, and as far as I know, fiber optic, really doesn't go bad. You know? It'd have to get really, 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 really hot to the point where you would, like, have other problems first for the signal inside a coax cable to suddenly just go bad and not work, right? There's this thing called attenuation, right? Where a signal over such a long distance starts to degrade. But all wiring is built, normally, typically, is built with that in mind, because we've known about it forever. I'm pretty sure it's even a problem with, like, phone lines. So it's something like every 300 or 500 feet, you have repeaters that get a signal and repeat it, or less than that distance, just to avoid that problem. So, like, the only way that a coax cable will go bad is if it's pinched or damaged somehow. And even then, you can turn it at almost like a right angle, and it's fine, as long as it's not constantly being crunched by something. I think the problem is a connector somewhere, but she's not adventurous enough to go find the problem. Well, and see, that's the type of thing that my ISP will come out and take a look at and fix. And my ISP is known for, like, not being that good. Is she up in Canada? I hear really bad things about some ISPs up in Canada. And I don't really know about many outside of America or Canada. But, like, mine is known for being pretty bad, and they'll come out and fix something like that. So, honestly, she might... She's in California? They have pretty good network infrastructure out there. I mean, I know their utilities are really wacky. She might just have to, like, try and schedule another person to come out and take a look at it. Because, yeah, I also have Cox. We have Cox or AT&T around here. And they'll come out and deal with that connector issue. That's literally what they've done in my place. They didn't blame us for the wiring being bad at all. They blamed themselves. Yeah, Cox is super wacky. I haven't looked, but I'm thinking about maybe whenever I move out of here or get my own place or something like that, I'm thinking about maybe switching over to AT&T if they have internet plans that have better upload than download. Well, luckily, I'm in a bit of a super privileged position where, like, I'm taking care of my grandma, and so I have a bunch of chores and things to do around here, but she's the one paying all the utilities. I think it's, like, maybe $200 a month or more, but that's with all of her cable and whatever other excess stuff she has going on through TV. I want to say I was paying less than $110 a month when I was living by myself and only had internet, but not by too much. It was close. It was definitely close. Yeah, just for internet, which is what I would do for sure. I haven't watched TV in decades. Yeah, like, just for internet, it's at least half of what we're paying here, if not like a third of it, like around $110 a month. And again, that depends on speeds, but Cox, at least for the plans they offer around here, which I just kind of assume are very similar throughout the rest of the nation, might be different in Cali because they're kind of big, but Cox's issue with streaming is that, like, the upload for most or all of their packages, except for the very, very top one, is just 10 megabytes a second, right? So if it starts having issues and drops below, like, 6, then, or if it's just spotty and not consistent, then streaming at 1080 or even 720, like, becomes an issue, and you just can't do it. And that's what's going on here right now. I haven't dropped any frames this stream, which is a little wild because I've been going for almost 2 hours, but I tested it early by just leaving a private stream up for like half an hour or an hour, and I still dropped like, I don't know, I want to say like 4 or 5 seconds worth of frames in total spread over that time. And last time I played this, I got to play for like 2 hours or so, and then it just dipped and stopped working. And you can still, the rest of the internet works fine, right? You can still play games because most of them don't need more than like 1 meg upload, and they can take a little bit of latency in there, unless you're doing like FPS stuff. But like even fighting games with rollback are fine with that most of the time. But it would be really nice to have an internet subscription that's like 20 or 25 megs up, so that if it starts getting splotchy and that suddenly gets cut in half and dips down to like 12, you're still perfectly fine. That's more than enough to stream on. The only problem then is if it gets splotchy, it goes in and out and in and out, and that doesn't work. You gotta go. Man, yeah, encourage your Oshi to maybe call some Cox people out, because they might maybe be able to actually deal with that and not instead blame her for whatever the coax problem is. And also, good luck with Prime Week, because woof, that sounds super rough. But thanks for dropping by. I always appreciate it. I'll see you around, Tiberian.
All right.
Peace, yo.
Let's go. We're taking back our Sentinel.
That's what I want to hear.
Mira and Hijiyama gonna go get their Sentinel back, and they just walk in.
Just how I
super
remember
easy.
it. Freeze! Another one?
Whoa! Where did you get that? Sekigahara? We haven't seen the end of your storyline or of Sekigahara's.
He's still alive. I'm using low power shots, but still. Feels like we've given these guys quite the punishment.
I mean, that's fine. They're spooks. Stun the hell out of them. Okay, alright. Fair. They didn't just waltz in here like
I
nothing.
want to thank you, Takatoshi-san. I couldn't have recovered the Sentinel without your help.
It's still a little too early to be thanking me.
Yeah.
Right. Natsuno-san's already out there fighting. I'd better join her.
Save some action for me, alright?
Oh. Oh, you went here and then shit went down. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, because you showed up a little bit later in the intro, in the prologue, in the beginning of all of the tutorial combat stuff. It was Juro and Iori Fuyusaka. Iori Fuyusaka? That's Yuki's last name, right? And then everybody else kind of slowly trickled in. And so Hijiyama's story.
Me from a different time. According to him, I should be able to activate the Sentinel now.
Ever since you got shot. Man, Megumi going around John Wicking everybody. Actually kind of the savior of this game. Maybe. We still have BJ saying
it worked.
That Chihiro Morimura's plan not gonna actually work. Leads to destruction and probably the continuation of all this looping nonsense. All of the sectors getting restarted.
All right, no time to waste.
And this might still be a simulation.
Natsuno-san, can you hear me?
Miura-kun, thank God. I thought it was all over.
Just stay put. I'll be right there.
Okay.
I have to protect my family. And everyone I hold dear, even if it costs me my life.
Dude, it might. But it hasn't yet. It hasn't yet. One file updated. We got a lot from his previous event. This one, not as much. And that's how most of these storylines are going to end, but maybe not all. When the kaiju appear in 85, Miura takes back and activates Sentinel number 19 with the help of Hijiyama. At that moment, he decides that he will protect everyone he holds dear, even if it costs him his life, which might be foreshadowing. So that's almost everybody cleared. We can do Sekigahara. We cannot do Hijiyama because of Goto, which is crazy. Goto's hypocrisy event, which is either going to be something related to him or something related to Morimura. Right. But we need 2 more people at 80, which means it's time for a Sekigahara's story to finish. And then we'll go Juro. And then Megumi. Megumi. And then Goto, and then Hijiyama, and then Goto, probably. Takamiya, Yuki Takamiya, Iori Fuyusaka. Okay. All right. Sekigahara. Time to go nuts. To the final battle with you.
We'll get off here.
With Yuki? What was the last thing you experienced again? Using the message he obtained through the message service, Ace Sekigahara met up with Natsuno Minami and Yuki Takamiya. The message from his friend revealed that Sekigahara has been working with Tetsuya Ida. Right. This is where he meets Okino. This is where he gets the message from the phone.
But the SIU building is still a little further ahead.
That's okay. This thing will stick out if we bring it too close.
It sticks out now, dude. That motorcycle's from 100 years in the future.
Yeah, you're right. that case, I'll lead you the rest of the way. Let's go.
All right, let's go. You walk faster than I do. Though we look like a couple of badasses. Oh my god.
It's basically the nanomachine equivalent of a virus program, except the infected will ultimately lose their memories. It's likely the cause of found at the nurse's office where the label matches the oral and found at the nurse's of the label oral NM C0204.
That's still like 424 and not 426. If you do the kind of Cuba Shita stuff, Cuta Shiba with C, right? So that's still 424 and not 426.
The medical records of 3 Shu Amiguchi, they've all been administered to Yuki Tuck. In order to protect Natsunomi Nam, she had no choice but to cooperate with the SIU. She says she knows who issues orders to the black suits. Apparently, it's Ida.
This is probably what we learned at the end of his last section.
Chihiro Morimura's objective. One with great implications, especially for those from another world, like me.
Or, you know, just a neighboring sector.
If Operation Aegis succeeds, we'll never be able to leave this world.
Well, it's a lot smaller than you think.
Iori Fuyusaka.
Which is true even not in these dome cities.
Despite having lost my memories, she continues to help me with an open heart. I'm not sure how to reciprocate. I gathered some information from Natsuno's unit, and I came across some interesting details. Apparently, I had accepted a particular job to assassinate Chihiro Morimura.
Which already happened at the very beginning of his storyline.
A gun from the underground facility in the future. The android was using it.
The android was using it?
A gun from the underground the android was using it.
The Tomy android.
Let's head to the top of this overpass. We can get a good view of the SIU building from up there. Wanna go check it out?
Yeah.
Sure. Let's spot this first. No walking up the stairs animation, though.
Which one's the SIU building?
See that over there?
See a lot of buildings over there.
It's the building next to the police station.
That doesn't narrow
Which
it down
floor?
for the player.
Top.
Of course.
Got it. I'll take it from here. You're staying behind.
Like hell I am.
Do you have a gun, Yuki?
All you're gonna do is slow me down. Unless you want to take a straight bullet to the head. But I don't think you do.
Hang on a second. Someone's sending out orders to me in the black suits. I'm not sure who, though.
What do you mean?
But the orders are coming from the SIU building.
Oh, no, you're right. You're right, because you saw Ida die. Which probably happened already? Almost certainly happened already?
I thought you said it was Ida.
He's dead. I'm pretty sure Shinonome shot him.
I suppose I'll find out when I get there.
Oh, okay, time for me to just walk in and start killing people. Dead, huh?
Come in.
And this, I can't place this voice.
You're there.
It doesn't quite sound like Fluffy. Look, could be Fluffy. It doesn't quite sound like Ida. Though it could be Ida. It's a big maybe on both.
You've been using the drone to monitor us, haven't you?
I'm nothing if not thorough.
I mean, that sounds like Ida
It might
at this
interest
point.
you to know that I have a guest with me.
Excuse me, I sneeze.
Miss Iori Fuyusaka. Now then, why don't you come by so we can talk?
That definitely sounds like Ida. And do you have Iori?
And hurry. I'd like to give you a proper welcome.
That does sound like Ida, right? That could also be Goto. It could be Goto. Hell, it could be future past Goto. It could be old man Goto, for all I know. Wow.
What the?
Wow.
An outdated transceiver. It has a very...
Okay. What, I can't walk down. Oh, shit.
Drop the gun. Now.
Which one are you?
Drop the gun.
Damn.
Don't do anything rash. One wrong move and I'll blow her head off.
When did you even get Iori? Right? When did you even get Iori? This is so much easier to look through now that, like, most things are done. Right, these two are the very, very, very beginning things. And this is when we got the note. When did you even get Iori?
That voice. So you're Ida.
Just shedding your skin.
That explains how you survived being shot. You were an android this whole time.
That's not true. I did die.
But you had your consciousness dead man switch uploaded to Sector 0 and then put into an android like you had designed previously.
I simply copied my memories onto this android, just in case something were to happen to me.
So there were multiple of you walking around. And for whatever reason, you decided to just not skin this android.
You plan to perform another loop as an android?
That's maybe how he did it before.
Don't be a fool. I've already saved my data to the evacuation area.
So you're having the android do the dirty work.
When it comes to making sure I end up in the next world, there's no one I trust to get the job done more than me.
That's kind of fair. Man, has anyone played Soma, the new Soma, or watched people play it? That whole game is about, like, you're a copy of yourself, ensuring that whatever's on their arc-like thing at the end. Big spoilers, by the way, sorry, but it's been out for a while. And so you beat it, and, like, the shuttle goes off, and it has everybody's data on it, and they're all living in a digital heaven on this rocket, going wherever. And I guess they'll be cloned later or something, but it has to deal with, like, the moral implications of there being copies of a consciousness, and one of them's out doing something else, and it saves the other copy, but the copy that saved everybody doesn't get to reap the rewards. They just have to sit there on the doomed planet and deal. And this game, like, this character specifically right here is, like, the opposite of that. He's like, yeah, I know that this version of my consciousness is not going to go anywhere. May even get destroyed. But, like, I had to make sure. This game just takes every sci-fi concept and throws it at the wall and then makes it work beautiful. Like, splatters every possible sci-fi concept on a wall and then paints a beautiful picture with it. It's so good.
Release Fuyusaka. She has nothing to do with this.
No. If anything, her existence poses a threat. And as it turns out, you have no intention of keeping our promise.
You know I lost my memories. How do you expect me to keep a promise I don't remember?
Perhaps this will ring a bell.
So, how'd it all go? Taking care of anyone standing in your way, I hope. Well, you can relax. Ryoko and I did what we needed on our end.
Huh.
We've already backed up your data.
Okay.
Next time when the world resets.
So another version of Sekigahara is up in Sector 0 with Ida.
You'll still have your memories intact. There's only one thing left for you to do. Obey Tetsuya Ida's orders. Keep up the good work.
Sounds like a real moron. He clearly has no clue what's going on.
I see I'm left with no other choice. I'd long anticipated your betrayal. Besides, it's already too late. No matter what you do, this is the end for you. Once we arrive in the next world, I promise to take very good care of you all.
God, the story implications. I can theorize all day. How many loops have there been? Is there another loop in between even here and the actual final battle stuff going on? But there's just so much you could do. Let's keep going.
Now you can die in this world with nothing to fear.
No!
Out of my way. Relax.
Ow.
You get to die first, Sekigahara. So you don't have to watch.
Morimura. She abandoned the idea of starting over again, and she became obsessed with Operation Aegis. Don't you want to know why?
I would like to know why.
Oh, I remember clearly. I received Miura back in Sector 3. You're the one who gave him to me. And I remember recording the footage you just played, too. I made sure to back up all my memories. Now I remember everything.
Wait. Do you? Oh, thank fuck.
Are you okay?
No.
This is bad. There's nowhere to run.
The black suits are monitoring major streets.
Why is Morimura
We're
running?
completely surrounded.
Oral NM C0. The bottle's made of plastic. I don't have much time left. That's why I left myself a message. I'll be able to check it using the message service. We can utilize Operation Aegis to protect this world. If we do, we'll be able to survive even if we fail.
Maybe? Does that also cut off universal control?
We won't have much of a world left.
I didn't have to think about any of that.
You look like you're getting worse. Have you taken your pills?
He's out.
I'm all out. They weren't even helping anyway. There's nothing I can do. After I lose my memories, I imagine I'll come to you for help. When that time comes, give this to me.
What are these numbers?
They're for the message service. I use the one from this era.
Understood.
If we use the Aegis system, all the terminals will be sealed. Then the city will be cut off from universal control.
Yeah, okay.
There won't be any hope of
Okay.
restoring order at that point. That's why everyone disappears. We need to keep at least some of the terminals open.
Wait, but you already... I mean, not already, but... We teleported away 1.2 million people. That's everyone. That's everyone in this sector. Except for, you know, our fighters. How did you do that if we had already closed a significant number of terminals?
We can't. The enemy will target any open terminals.
Then what? We give up on this world and try again next time?
I'm afraid that isn't an option either. There won't be a next time.
Why will there not be a next time? There's been a next time so far.
I had a look at the logs from 2188. I've discovered a way to link to the satellite.
Satellite?
It's not from this world. There's a satellite orbiting the real world. From it, I learned more about the mechanics of this world.
Is this the simulation? And all of these simulated intelligence that are copies of real people, potentially aboard the Ark, are going to upload themselves and essentially become more real,
And it
right?
turns out we don't get as many tries as we want. The stability of this area is at its breaking point. We can't fail again. If we do, the entire facility will be reset. And Sector 0 will be lost.
Really?
What's Sector 0? I know I've heard of it before.
Seems like your symptoms are becoming more severe. All right, listen well.
Okay, yes.
As you know, there are 5 different sectors. However, there exists one more unique sector. It doesn't take up any space, and there's no interior to see.
Because it's all digital.
That's Sector 0. It's an evacuation site that's unaffected by loops. Normally, you can send your data there using the shifter. That's what allows you to continue if the world resets.
That's right. Ida did say that was the way to escape to the next world.
Yes, but this time, Sector 0 will cease to exist as well.
Why?
We won't be able to loop again. This is our last chance.
This is a very convenient thing for the story to do after they eliminate time travel.
So without Sector 0, the world won't be recreated?
If the Aegis system is activated, yes. We'll still be here, though we'll be left behind in a world of chaos.
And baby Chihiro teleported everybody away. So, like, they're over in Sector 3 now? Or what? That'll happen during the final battle, so we wouldn't have seen any of it during the storyline segments.
Is true. Why keep it all a secret?
Because
your memories are about to be erased anyway?
Sekigahara-kun.
Tell me, why did you erase the logs?
You're the one who erased Sector 0.
Because I had to. I couldn't let anyone find out about them.
Why, though? You didn't erase Sector 0. You erased all the logs from 2188, but Sentinel 17 kept a backup.
There's quite a lot that transpires in 2188. The Earth is a very different place. Do you want to know what happens?
Yeah? Oh, fuck off. Okay. Miro
Hey, Sekigahara.
and Chihiro. Sekigahara and Mira, rather.
I've already done my research on you. You're the one who was hired to kill me. In case you couldn't tell, there isn't much left of humanity. Just the 10 people in this little colony.
What? What? 10?
It's a bit fruitless to kill for money at this point, don't you think?
I've done my research on you as well.
Did you have like a gray goo event on Earth and just everyone got eaten?
And I'm very thorough when I research my targets. There's nothing you can hide from me.
How menacing of you. Intimidate me all you want, but you're not leaving that room.
Professor Chihiro Morimura, in order to raise research funds for Project ARC, you partnered with several questionable organizations. You then sold nanotechnology on the black market.
Damn, Morimura, you're an extra badass.
That's the source of the infection on the surface.
Wait.
I didn't intend for any of this to happen.
I hope not. Because that would imply that you intentionally wiped out humanity in order to back up 6 million people on your arc.
Your voice is trembling. Can't say I blame you.
No one will believe a word you say.
Oh, I don't plan on telling anyone.
Maybe he just wants to kill you at this point.
This is for me. I never want to forget this moment. The moment humanity's traitor stares death in the face.
What was that?
That was the bomb I planted.
At the power generator? Are you insane? We have to repair it right away. We'll lose life support if we don't.
You fucking... And this is why they had to argue over diverting energy from life support to the ARC project.
When I take a job, I finish it.
Jesus, Sekigahara. I realize that, like, maybe she deserved that at this point, but...
It can't be. The lock to your room's been disengaged.
Just hang tight, Professor. I'll be seeing you soon.
Woof. Whoa.
Humanity was wiped out by the nanomachine infection, and it was all my fault. Sekigahara-kun! You're in bad shape. At this rate, you'll...
Oh!
Are you lost, little girl?
How do you not recognize her? Wait, how do you not recognize that person?
What are you doing alone in a place like this?
I guess it makes sense that you don't remember me. I was just a baby when we last saw each other, after all.
But you're... that's child
There's only
Chihiro.
the one Chihiro Morimura.
You're...
And that's me.
She didn't make you.
Morimura said quite a bit before she died.
Holy shit.
If you're going to lie, at least put some effort into it.
That's a pretty good lie.
No matter. I'll simply ask Miss Fuyusaka here what she knows. After I finished you off, of course.
Don't think that's a good
Sector 0. That's where you backed up your data, right? A good precaution, but that isn't gonna save you. Morimura gained access to the satellite of the real world. That's where she learned about the next reset. And that it's going to be different from any other.
Satellite of the real world.
It's not just this world at stake anymore. If we fail to defeat the kaiju again, the real world will be impacted as well. That includes the facility that sends us back there. When the facility itself is recreated, there won't be a Sector 0 anymore. Whether we go with Operation Aegis or not, there won't be a next time. And no one will be able to loop again.
Satellite. Tell me, is this what you meant? It can't be. But...
Bitch!
Seki, go.
Oh, that was good. That was really good. That was a really good voice effect. Fuck you, Ida.
Hey, are you alright?
Man, the original Chihiro Morimura, kind of a fuck up, but she knew she needed to get that ARC stuff off the ground, and then, in doing so, she both doomed and saved humanity, and Sekigahara, being a OG Sekigahara being a vengeful assassin, took care of his job, even though apparently everyone, all billions, had been eaten by nanomachines.
Ow.
Just very bruised.
Guess you're okay. Fuyusaka.
Ei-kun, is it over?
My past is. But as for our future, for our survival, this is only the beginning.
Do you think, maybe this is the beginning of something else too?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Yeah,
think
probably
it
is. Hell yeah. Now it's time for both of you to get in the robot and fight. During the final battle. Kind of like Ogata's final scene.
Sentinel
You've got to go eat
15.
Iori Fuyusaka.
Fuyusaka's the one piloting it. She's always so sincere in her actions. And that's Sentinel number 17 behind her.
Shiro
Seconds,
Karabe.
even third-generation Sentinels. 12 in total. That bastard.
Were you the last one to join?
He's gathered quite a few participants for his game. That enhanced first-gen model. It must be Sentinel number 11.
And you just have permission for it?
Guess I'll give it a shot.
Yeah. Sentinel number 11 reporting for duty. Assassin Sekigahara here to beat the shit out of people. Updated 15? 15 files updated. Chihiro Morimura, 2188. In order to raise funds, 2188 Miura sold nanomachine technology on the black market, which led to the infection on the surface and the end of humanity. Yeah, that's a scary tech to have go run wild. A Sekigahara. The kaiju appeared in 85. Sekigahara rides his motorcycle to the battlefield where the 12 Sentinels are gathered and activates the enhanced first-gen model, Sentinel number 11. I don't remember hearing too much about 11 or an enhanced first-gen model. But maybe we'll get that in one of the, 4 remaining plots. The assassin A. Sekigahara was trapped in a room by Morimura while infiltrating Sector 4, but managed to escape by setting off a bomb at the power generator. So all of the original people were in Sector 4? Or maybe just OG Morimura was there for some reason. Even though she could have been on the colony ship. And it sounded like they were on the colony ship. Oh, wait, no, they were also called sectors. The original colony ship had 5 sectors. These new sectors are different from those, but they're also called sectors. And so these were under construction at the very, very end of the fiasco going on in the satellite orbiting the planet, which is why it's still orbiting the planet. Or, damn, no, there's still shit that I can't draw a conclusion to, right? Because maybe they're on Earth, and this is the nanomachine infection piloting the kaiju invading. But you would think that nanomachines could just dissolve everything at an atomic level. So they might be on a different planet where that shit's not happening. And we don't know how the nanomachine infection that ruined Earth and killed all of humanity played out. He managed to escape by setting off a bomb at the power generator. He then seeks out Morimura to finish her off. And undoubtedly does. Chihiro. She's responsible for the murder of Miss Morimura. Miss Morimura. Oh, God. Big one right in the middle. Morimura learns from a 2188 log that the 2188 Morimura is responsible for the end of humanity. Fearing that the others will discover this truth, she discreetly deletes the log. Moreover, when Morimura links up to the artificial satellite in orbit, she finds out that the stability of the facility, which is responsible for maintaining the world, is at its breaking point. She then decides to set Operation Aegis in motion to completely wipe out the kaiju, even if it means stranding them all in a dead world. This still doesn't answer the earthquake thing, right? It looked like parts of the city of 2105 were just falling away, but then Juro Izumi and young Morimura, this one probably, I think, went back to 2089, when those should be the same sector. Maybe he was just going dark because that's how, like, Universal Control deals with terminals. But they were feeling it. I don't know. That's still up in the air. Saved his consciousness to Sector 0 to prepare for the next loop, which may or may not survive no matter what. When all self-defense systems within the sector are activated, the city will be cut off from Universal Control, which results in chaos and the disappearance of all residents. Almost like they're being projected. Which doesn't make any sense. Also, baby Chihiro is a bit sussy now. Why doesn't Sekigahara say anything about that in combat phases in the final battle? When all the self-defense systems of the terminal are activated, everyone in the city will disappear. Except for our combatants? So then we have 13 people to start over? Plus, hopefully, like, Miwako and Goto. I was just thinking, like, does everybody have... Are there couples? Are there 6 couples? But there's also Goto. But there's Miwako. Man, Juro and Megumi are gonna be really weird. The headquarters of the Special Investigations Unit is located on the top floor of the building next to the Aoi police station. Okay, I don't know why that really needs a note, but alright. This is where Project Ark began for the sake of continuing the human species, but is also the source of the nanomachine infection that wiped out humanity. Is it? I don't think that was explicitly said. I mean, I'll trust the notes. They've never lied to me before, I don't think. They've just thrown me for a loop or said things in a way that didn't quite make sense until you had different information. But it's also the source of the nanomachine infection that wiped out humanity, except that's more... It sounded like that was because Morimura sold nanomachine tech on the black market, which may or may not have thrown Shikishima and 2188 Ogata and Goto into all sorts of chaos. And then probably the chaos that ensued after the bomb went off near the power generator is what caused all the chaos that like doomed Hijiyama and Okino and Izumi and whoever else was caught in that fight. Sekigahara infiltrated Sector 4 and set off a bomb on its power generator in order to assassinate Morimura, because he felt she fucking deserved it. And maybe. But then we have Ogata being like, nah, screw the ARC project, put it all in life support. It seems like we're living through the ARC project right now, like all these characters are. Artificial satellite in orbit. Oh, this is all new? An artificial satellite that orbits around a planet. After looking at the 2188 logs and figuring out a way to link to the satellite in orbit, Morimura learned about the facility. Morimura states that the artificial satellite is orbiting the real world. This is where the automated factory in Sector 1 is pulling the blueprint data for the Deimos from. An artificial satellite that presides over terraforming, the second phase of interstellar development. It controls the heavy machinery for planetary development and adjusts air temperature. Okay. This is where Miyuki Inaba exists. Yeah, during the 2064 Sentinel infection incident, Inaba ends up shifting outside the world and over to the artificial satellite, where she comes across the 2188 data and learns the truth about the world. Right, they're talking about Sentinel infection, not nanomachine infection destroying Earth. Unlike the other 5 sectors, this one is unique, as it doesn't take up any space. Since it's unaffected by loops, Morimura and Tetsuya Ida used it as an evacuation site where they stored their own data. I mean, it takes up space, it's just it doesn't have a city inside of it at all. It's possibly even all computer architecture. Facility. That's a weird wireframe loadout. A facility that houses the entire world. Its stability is reaching its breaking point. Once Sector 485 gets taken over by the kaiju, the facility will reset, preventing any further loops. Unless it just resets to 0 and everything happens again, but then not even whatever Ryoko did to throw everything into a loop will continue. It'll just start fresh somehow. Maybe even it's just nanomachines. If this were to occur, the reset would wipe all data, including all memories stored in Sector 0. The lives that everyone has experienced through time would cease to exist forever. So there are still 600 or 6 million units of different people's DNA and possibly some memories stored there just in stasis. And key plot characters have been pulling out people's memories because they can. Or backing themselves up there because they can. These are the numbers for the message service in 85, which Sekigahara entrusted to Morimura before Morimura shot Morimura. Tetsuya Ida was the one who instructed Sekigahara to kill Morimura. Yeah. Wait. But Goto. It depends on who we're talking about. Goto was the one who instructed. Old 2188 Goto was the one who instructed Sekigahara to kill 2188 Morimura. And then Ida. Why? Which child Morimura was that? Who was in there? God, this is so Kaiba, it hurts. That anime's so good. I should rewatch that sometime soon. Okay, Sekigahara. That was a hell of an end scene. Good job. Now, we can only do Juro. You're locked off because of Juro. You're locked off at 12. You're locked off because of Goto. So it's Juro time.
Me?
God. What was the last thing you saw? All the stuff with Kyutoshiba? Sure. Let's deal with that. He's got at least 3 more events. And oh, damn it.
Hey, Juro.
I was about to say, and finally, no more
Let's
Shiba.
go home.
Shithead. You've got 4 more. Tokisaka Shrine, but we do know about Tsukasa Okino.
That guy in my dream, he called himself Tsukasa Okino. I feel like we've met somewhere before.
Well, they have in the... No, they didn't meet in the scene with Ogata and Hijiyama. And you've only seen him out by the... vending machines sometimes.
Shiba-kun's not actually human. And not only that, he's been manipulating my memory. It seems his goal is to turn me back into Juro Izumi. So, let me get this straight. Juro Izumi came from the future. He lost his memories due to some incident, and the damage was so bad he needed a whole new personality. That's how he became... me. Juro Kurabe. I tried asking her about that talk she had on the stairs, but she just dodged the question. She had a sad look on her face. In my dream, a woman and I went back in time to prevent the extinction of humanity. To do that, we had to blow up some sort of research facility. And, well, we did it. And if that weren't enough, we shot the researchers dead. The woman I was with in that dream looked eerily similar to Fuyusaka-san. Minami-san suddenly showed up at my house, and then brought over Miura-kun out of nowhere. As if I didn't have enough problems with Yakushiji around. I always dreamed of living on my own. So much for that. That dream was awful. I shot so like Fuyusaka. If that was a real...
Most of these are not new at all. Except for like this one. What are you gonna say here?
Fuyusaka-san and I were the only ones who made it. We escaped to Sumire Bridge. These must be sheep, or rather, the other Juro Izumis.
The other Juro Izumi is still important here.
Let me guess. You're meeting up at the same place again? Pretty much, yeah.
And now we know what Tomi's doing.
Bye.
With Okino. Best girl Miwako?
It's about Kisaragi-san.
Usami-chan?
Where does she always go?
Why do you ask?
Ogata-kun was looking for her.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, that's fair. That matches.
Maybe Nenji-kun likes her.
So, do you know?
She goes to Tokisaka Shrine. I think she's waiting for someone there.
Tokisaka Shrine? Is that the one that's supposedly haunted? I've
Just like your science
been
room?
there before. Something happened there. I can't remember.
Oh, wait!
What?
Please don't tell Nenji-kun.
What? Why?
The person she's meeting is a boy, so... Oh, no.
They say the shrine by our school is haunted by ghosts. Kisaragi-san's told me a bit about it. She seems interested in the shrine for some reason.
So now we get the choice of doing either of those, or do I have to talk to Shiba? Damn.
What? Why the long fade? Have another nightmare or something?
Knock it off. I'm not stupid. I know I'm the only one who can see you.
So it wasn't fully wiped.
What exactly are you?
48Q. QTA, CBA. I already told you, I'm an artificial personality.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
This is kind of
Why
the
don't
same
you
as
watch
last time,
this
too.
video and relax?
I'm not watching it. Tell me the truth. This isn't about my lost memories, is it? You're not trying to restore them. You're giving me someone else's.
What are you talking about? They're Juro's memories.
Yeah, but there are 2 Juro Izumis. Sort of.
In other words, yours, the other Juro Izumi.
You know, this one's 3 times older than you. You know, we can't have you causing a scene here. Your memory needs to be wiped clean. Let me try one more time.
And this is where it went out last time. We can just say, fuck you, buddy. Let's go to Tokisaka.
Hey, watch it!
Hey, Ninji. Guess what?
She's not here. Are you looking for someone, Ogata-kun? Yo, Kurabe. Sure am. Tell me, Kisara, got a clue where she went?
I do, actually.
Is she really on my side? She wants to change me back into Juro Izumi. Can I trust her?
Sorta? Which Juro Izumi is she talking about here? And which one?
I think I do have an idea.
This fucking game's so good.
I heard she went to Tokisaka Shrine. Huh? For real? The heck is she thinking? Wait. I'll come with you. There's something I want to check. Be my guest.
But then you leave.
This street. I've been here before. I think I saw something. The memories are starting to come back, but I can't remember any specifics.
And then we run into Hijiyama.
Ogata.
Hey, Hijiyama. You remember all that shit you put me through?
Yeah.
I sure as hell do.
I see how it is. You came looking for another black eye.
Try it. See what happens.
That's not exactly what happened last time.
Ogata-kun, aren't we here to look for Kisaragi-san? Yeah, okay, fine. Don't have time for this.
What?
Okay.
Sorry to disappoint.
Okay,
We'll dance some other
now it
time.
is exactly what
And
happened
that's
last
your
time.
decision to make, huh? Selfish bastard.
The hell are you doing here anyways?
I'm looking for Okino.
Looking for my boyfriend. I mean,
This is just what I heard from Sawatari-san, but according to her, Kisaragi-san's been going out to meet some guy lately.
She what? Just the 2 of them?
So this Okino you're looking for, is that Tsukasa Okino?
What? You know him?
Not exactly. That's just the name I heard in my dream, but it's probably the same person. So that's who Kisaragi ran off with. Got a feeling I know where they went, too.
What? How?
She mentioned something about it.
By the way, do you know how to work this time travel business?
just as good the second time around. But then they decide to wait, and Juro wanders off somewhere. Does he go home?
It was right here. Something happened. But what was it? Oh yeah, I carried something over to the dumpster.
What?
What's up? There's a corpse in
Holy
there.
shit, I was just thinking, is there gonna be a body in there? Is fucking Megumi in there?
The hell? No way. Cut the crap. Whoa! Isn't that? Hey, give me a hand.
Okay, this did not happen with the other two. Tamao Korabe!
But this thing's a robot.
You carried that over here? Did Kyuta Shiba carry that over here?
Tamao-san. Why? Why does it look like her?
Tamao?
Tamao Karabe.
Wait, what? My grandma?
What?
No. This is...
Yeah. Yeah, recall this.
It's dark out already.
Flashback to when?
Well, that's okay. This was worth the detour. I finally got my hands on that movie. Now I just need to get home and watch it.
This is before you learned about...
I'm sorry I
Oh.
had to come to this. I should never have let you out of the underground.
Right, because 426 was in the Tomy android at the time. And then here in this era, in this sector, jumped to the Tamao android. We just never saw this part.
Just as I thought, you've returned. If only I hadn't spared you.
I won't let anyone interfere with my escape.
You must think you're handling this situation well, but Mira is well aware.
I doubt it.
The reason he deleted your memories at school was to hide the lock from you.
Quit stalling.
I mean, what are you going to do with that information,
must
though?
have arranged this.
What do I think about this crazy sci-fi bullshit that just happened right in front of me?
What? She's not human.
You couldn't tell that from 30 feet away? Also, her core is still glowing.
That's odd. If that's the case, then who was talking to him?
Don't move a muscle.
Seki Gahara, you failed to finish a job.
Or would you like your skull to be crushed?
Do you even want to do that?
This body will not last for much longer. I approximate about 5 minutes. But that should be plenty. I need only enter your nanomachines.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought I was done for, but it seems today's my lucky day.
Okay, so a copy of old OG 426.
Hey, what are you doing? Juro.
What?
And that's where Kyuta Shiba comes from.
Who are you?
Come on, man. Did you forget your best buddy? I'm afraid. That's not very nice.
Yeah. Sorry. I remember now. You're Shiba-kun.
If that's... Wait. Then where does... Where does QTA... come from?
Wait, hold on. I was attacked. I need to call the police.
Attacked? Maybe you really did go nuts.
Huh?
Are you telling me this doll attacked you? Where'd you get that thing anyway? Don't just leave this thing out in the street. What if it causes a car accident? You'd be in deep shit, man.
Yeah, you're right.
Let's just dump it in the trash.
Wait. Something's just...
Oh, snap out of it. Come on, I'll help you get rid of the thing. Just pick it up already.
All right.
You made yourself into Juro's cooler friend. Cool Juro. Juro Karabe. Not updated. When the Tamao android was being used as 426's body, A. Sekigahara discovered its true identity and destroyed it. Which looks like it happened after the bridge incident. Soon after, Jiro Kurabe happens to pass by the destroyed remains of 426, and 426 transfers into his nanomachines. God, that looks so cool. A. Sekigahara destroys the Tamao android after finding out that 426 had taken over her body. How he found that out? No idea. Soon after, 426 manages to transfer himself into Jiro Kurabe's nanomachines and becomes Kyutashiba, the Tamao android. Now an empty shell, is disposed of in a nearby dumpster. But why would none of that happen? Why would discovering this body not happen in Hijiyama's sequence? Right. Why? Unlockable after getting to Wave 10.
Me?
But you've got 2 events left. And so that's not Jiro Kurabe's Jiro Kurabe event. Wild. This game is wild.
Hey, Jiro, let's go home.
Fuck off.
As Shinonome-senpai told me earlier, there's a second Juro Izumi from another world. He transferred his consciousness into an android, so that must have been what I saw. But still, why did it look just like my grandma when she was younger?
That's fair. And all the rest of these we kind of just watched. Is this gonna update?
Shiba-kun's not actually, and not only, he's been manipulated.
Okay.
So, let me get this straight.
And there's no Tomi and Miwako.
What? Why the lump? Have another nightmare?
Knock it off. I'm not stupid.
Why is this the same?
One who can see you.
Just because Kyuta is screwing with him?
As Shinonome said, there's a...
Right?
I remember you living that day at the shrine.
Oh, that's different.
You jumped out of that robot and possessed me.
What do you think I am, a ghost?
Kinda, yeah.
I had nowhere else to go.
I mean, a digital one,
If it were
but
up to me, I would have picked a more welcoming host.
you can't just jump again?
Tell me the truth. This isn't about my lost map. You're not trying to restore them. You're giving me someone else's.
What are you talking about? They're Juro's memories.
They're eldest Juro Izumi's memories. Maybe not 2188 Juro Izumi, but like previous loop Juro Izumi, and not 2064, 2025 Juro Izumi.
In other words, yours, the other Juro Izumi.
You know, this one's 3 times older than you.
This one.
We can't have you causing a scene here. Your memory needs to be wiped clean.
Uh-huh.
Let me try one more time.
Why is it not working? Maybe the pills Morimura are giving him are fighting against that Juro Izumi, just like they do DD 426, because it's the same. Nurse's office? Yeah, fair. That's an option. Let's see if I can go to the break area. Oh, shit.
Miss Morimura.
Uh-oh.
Chihiro Morimura. That's right. She's the one I saw in my dream.
There's no way you can... God, can you get here without seeing so much other story that would be crazy? Just like without barely ever playing Ninji's arc? Maybe.
Excuse me.
Kurabe-kun.
Do you know Tsukasa Okino?
Tell me the truth. I'm actually Jiro Izumi, aren't I? The way I am now is something you created.
What's this all of a sudden?
I get it now. The woman who keeps showing up in my dreams. The one I saw on Sumire Bridge. It's not Fuyusaka-san. It's you. Chihiro Morimura.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You might not, actually. Because you're not trying to give him 426's memories. 426 is trying to give him 426's memories. You're trying to keep him as Jiro Kurabe, or maybe even turn him back into, like, the Jiro Izumi he was before Kurabe, which would be Megami Yakushiji's Jiro Kurabe. Yeah, does QTA 48Q mean anything? Whatever it was.
That Shiba-kun was inside of me? Or rather, Jiro Izumi was.
You talk too much. You think you can just walk in here and screw everything up? I'm not afraid to shut your mouth.
Kurabe-kun?
Let's do that again.
Kurabe-kun.
Shit. Ghosts.
If the woman from my dream, then Tsukasa Okino must be real too. Where have I seen him before?
I know one place.
He called himself Tsukasa Okino. I feel like we've met.
Can I go around you? Okay, we're going this way. We're running away. The break area.
Right. There was a guy standing by the vending machines earlier. He looked just like Tsukasa Okino.
Which you may or may not get, depending on playing other stories. No, I think you've seen this one in Juro's, though, right?
You're Tsukasa Okino, right?
You must be mistaken.
You even sound like him. You were in that UFO with Jiro Izumi, right?
You're not making any sense. Sorry, but I don't have time for this, if you'll excuse me.
Wait! The UFO wasn't the only time. I know I've met you somewhere else.
Okay. New shit.
If you have no further business with me, goodbye.
Did I hit the wrong button and say no?
You sure do like causing trouble.
I'm gonna have to take care of you before you let me do anything. Yeah, I hit the wrong button.
Hey, do you have a...
You are purposely ignoring Jiro.
You're Tsukasa Okino, right?
You must be mistaken.
You even sound... You were in that
You're not making...
I know I've... That's right. I remember now.
Where? Whoa! One loop ago, 2104.
Face forward.
246, Jiro. Damn, that looks so good.
The drug has been administered. The perp cannot fight back. Do not be alarmed. It is safe to enter. Prisoner E426, look up while we're speaking to you.
One loop ago.
Or would you rather bear the brunt of the electric chair?
So this man's the culprit?
He's a murderer. He bombed Shikishima, killing countless people. We managed to catch him, but his identity is still unknown. Furthermore, his testimony makes no sense. That's why I've requested your assistance. The name's Onishi. I'm in charge of this investigation.
Wow.
I appreciate your help.
God damn this game. I was looking at this character like, okay, well that's clearly just like a projection for some security guard in the facility. But it's one loop ago, so that's old Onishi. Though he looks much older and worse off here than he does near the end of this loop, which is weird.
Mr. Tsukasa Okino.
Tsukasa-kun.
Take a good look at him. Do you know this man?
No, I'm afraid I've never seen him before.
All right then. Your biometrics lead me to believe you're being honest with us.
Why did you bring me here?
Well, we used a truth serum on the guy. He started saying your name over and over. He also mentioned a student by the name of Chihiro Morimura. This is her photo.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize her?
No.
We'll be requesting her cooperation soon enough, but it'll have to wait until next week. She's currently out of the country. In any case,
Currently out of
thank you
the
for
country.
joining us today. I may ask for your presence again if any new info turns up.
Of course.
You are free to go. Follow the signs back to the waiting room. Do not be alarmed. The perp cannot fight back. Mr. Juro Izumi, take a good look at him. Do you know this man?
How would I? All I know is he's a terrorist bomber.
Okay. Sure, okay. Yeah. We haven't seen this happen too much, but this is entirely possible. First, Juro Izumi, from one loop ago, he and Chihiro Morimura were able to bypass the reset by writing themselves into Sector 0, or Okino wrote them into Sector 0, but didn't write themselves. Okino didn't write themselves into Sector 0, so they don't remember anything. He doesn't remember anything. And so Juro and Chihiro were reborn as their 16-year-old selves in 2089.
Well, we took a look at your DNA. The two of you are a perfect match. It was quite a surprise.
What?
You're the same person.
There's a distinct possibility that one of you is a clone.
That's ridiculous. What does he have to say about it?
According to his testimony, he is in fact you, from the future.
Which is not a lie from his perspective at this point. He doesn't know about the data stuff. He thinks he time traveled. He's convinced of it.
He claims he had to commit this crime to prevent the emergence of kaiju.
Which he's also very certain of.
Kaiju?
Huh? Excuse me for a moment. What is it? We're in the middle of an investigation. What? An evacuation order? It's on the news?
It's the kaiju. Holy shit, his story was right. Damn, that's a wild event to live through. Was that had to have been in 2109. Okino? Okino, I love you. You're so good at being a heartless, cold, manipulative person for the right reason.
Uh-huh. Looks like he's awake.
Perfect. I'm almost done.
What's going on? Hey, what is this?
Calm down,
Should be pretty
please.
creepy. Calm down, please. God damn.
High blood pressure generates noise in the scan.
Tsukasa Okino.
Oh, I can't press my thoughts button.
I remember now. I was attacked out of nowhere.
Sorry about that.
It was the only way. This isn't the most welcoming place, is it? I can't imagine you would have come willingly.
This game is so convoluted that at times it just says, yeah, we're not going to show you a scene that happened so we can just say it happened later. Unless this is like one of the very last things that happens in Hijiyama's plot. Right?
You're Tsukasa Okino, aren't you? I saw you in my dream and you got left behind.
I knew there was something odd about you, but that dream of yours is even more surprising than I expected. Juro Izumi, shifting in cycles. There's only one person those memories could have come from. I'm glad I looked into this.
Izumi.
To think he'd seek refuge within Juro himself.
What do you know about Izumi?
know him?
We call him 426. As of now, he exists as sheer consciousness. That is to say, he lives in your injected nanomachines.
The closest thing to a ghost that a crazy sci-fi story can come up with. A ghost in the machine.
At some point, he got in and took over the system area. Go ahead and ask him yourself.
Shiba-kun. So this is the guy. He's not quite what I imagined.
They're forcibly projecting him.
Don't be deceived. He can alter his appearance however he pleases.
You guys can see him?
He's under my control now.
Hell yeah, Okino.
He can't hurt you anymore.
Jeez, Juro. Why you gotta be so obtuse?
I got some crazy friends is
Tell
why.
us the purpose of your disguise.
He's trying to take over my mind.
Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not the one who wanted that. Chihiro Morimura is.
Are you sure about that?
Our teacher?
Am I sure about that?
She wanted to transplant my memory backups into you. Whatever she could do to match your personality with mine. But Tamao Kurabe didn't like the idea. She created a new personality.
Mao Kurabe. That kind of makes sense.
The one you have now.
But you were using videotapes to alter my memories.
Well, to upload 426's memories into the new Izumi Kurabe.
Yeah, well, the backups weren't meshing with your simulated personality. You almost had a breakdown, man. So I decided to turn him into something a little more concrete. Something your current self would understand. You should thank me for saving your ass.
Somehow I find that hard to believe.
Why did you try to help me?
Well, if Morimura's plan did work out, there'd just be another copy of me running around. Besides, I don't want to be left watching over your unstable mess.
I won't tolerate being used any longer. I'm sick of it.
426.
For better or worse, she's given up on the Sentinel project. Her interest in Juro Kurabe has waned.
But the Sentinel project is the only option we have.
Wrong. Sentinels can't save us alone.
Then what can? You're talking as if you know the answer.
He might. He really might. He really, really might.
I found an effective means for our survival. Would you like to hear it?
Yeah? Other Juro Izumi. God, that's almost a reference to Coraline.
What we call the UFO. I know who programmed it. It was a certain someone named Tsukasa Okino, back in 2188.
2188?
It's hard to believe from looking at you now, but he was quite the sloppy programmer. When he designed the environment management system, he borrowed a portion of it from something else.
A fucking game.
That particular portion contains the D code. It's what's summoning the kaiju. That part of the code was never supposed to be accessed. Well, it was.
It was supposed to just be commented off. You didn't outright delete it, Okino.
Where was this code reused from?
It was a little outdated, even for its time, but it's a little sim game based on mighty kaiju daimos.
A daimos game?
You're telling me a video game has control over the automated factories? That's how the kaiju were being produced?
Where do you think the name Daimos came from? It's not a coincidence, you know. Up until now, we've been forced to play a
Don't
game
believe
we
in
can't win.
coincidences.
But just imagine, what if we gained access to the greater system?
Is that what the meta stuff is?
We've had limited control over it so far. If we fix that, we'll be able to fight on an equal playing field. Think about it. Each time we destroy an enemy, we'll get some kind of meta prize.
It's literally the meta stuff. You took a game that was outdated and designed to eventually be lost by attrition and said, I know a way out of this. Let's cheat. Let's insert a way for us to cheat.
Like scoring points. With those, we can use the automated factories to strengthen our Sentinels.
You redirect the code back at the factories.
Let's just call them meta chips for now.
Jesus.
I still can't.
The meta mechanic is called a meta mechanic.
Fine, leave what you want. I don't need your help anymore. Sorry for wasting your time.
Do you have any proof of your claims?
There was a log on it, but it's gone.
You're putting the fate of humankind's last colony in a video game?
That's it, Hijiyama.
Huh?
You saw the log, didn't you?
Hijiyama-kun.
He did, too. Miura showed it to him.
What was that log all about?
You want to find out? Go help that idol who's stuck in orbit. Well, it's about that time. I need to get going.
What?
Don't worry. He can't do a thing.
Maybe. But a guy like him probably planned ahead.
Yep.
Oh, give the boy a prize. You can be surprisingly sharp at times, Hijiyama.
Hokino!
Sorry.
Megumi? Yeah. He's fluffy.
You're...
Juro! Thank goodness. I made it in time.
Yeah, thanks to me talking their ears off. Did you walk through tar to get here?
I'm doing exactly as you told me. Foul-mouthed cat.
Did you say cat?
Don't worry about erasing his memory.
What? But then...
What are you talking about?
Let's go.
She can see it too. Why can she see it?
Relax. I won't erase your memories either.
Because he's in the nanomachines in the gun, and that's how he's transplanting himself and changing shit and everybody else.
She's the one who's been cooperating with him.
She also saved Ninji. You've been shot by her before. Sector 4 and 2188. Because the colony ship also had sectors. God damn.
Hijiyama, respond please. I need you to open it. Can you hear me? Loud and clear, Yakushiji. Hijiyama, open the B2
Wait.
airlock. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Why not, Hal?
You're well aware of the reason. We're not infected. The vitals detected by your suit tell me otherwise. I'm so sorry, Yakushiji.
Oh my god, are you Juro Yakushiji? The father of Megumi Yakushiji?
Fine, I may be infected, but my daughter isn't. Please check her.
It's true. She's not showing any signs of infection just yet.
So you'll let her in, right? Please.
Unfortunately, she is likely still in the incubation period.
Of a nanomachine plague? You've got to have a more thorough scan than that in 2188. You have to.
Just save my daughter, I'm begging you.
It's not a risk we can afford to take.
You and I, we're comrades, aren't we? We've been to hell and back together. If it's the last thing I ask of you, please, Hijiyama.
I'm sorry, Yakushiji. You must understand.
It might not be Juro. Right. It might just be Megumi's dad, who is otherwise unnamed beyond Yakushiji. The colony's coming into frame. I want to see it. Oh, is it the same picture as before? Maybe with more pods? This is maybe the same picture.
Hijiyama, hatchway through to airlock control.
It kind of looks like Juro, but not much in the face. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, it's Juro.
Izumi-san, I had a feeling you would say that, so I've sealed the airlock on my end. I can't allow you to infect this colony.
Don't jump to conclusions. I'm the one getting out. I'll grab a shuttle and retrieve his daughter. We'll give it 24 hours. If she does turn out to be infected, then we'll never return. Simple as that.
I can't accept this.
Damn, dude. Damn. Jiro Izumi, the villain hero we all needed.
It's an order, Hikiyama. Sorry, Yakushiji. You're going to have to leave your daughter with me.
Adoptive father in 2188.
In the meantime, you'll need to return to the pod you came here in. Are you alright with that?
I entrust you with your life, my daughter. My Megumi.
This is such a well-told story. It's crazy.
I promise. No matter what happens.
Not Juro Yakushiji, but Captain, Commander, Major, whoever, Juro Izumi.
I intend to fulfill that promise.
And he's still looking after her.
Just as you said, a kaiju attacked, like in that movie.
Bam.
So we'll do what we have to do. Get in the robots and fight.
He said the thing.
Our fate was sealed a long time ago.
Wait, doesn't Juro still have like one more story?
That log from 2188. I get it now. That must have been an important memory of yours.
Hell yeah, it was. How did he even have it?
Yeah. The log itself may be gone, but I do remember what it was about. And as long as you have my memories, I don't need to explain a thing, do I?
Are you really okay with this?
Of course not. I want in on the action too.
And yet, you're entrusting it all to me.
Even though they kinda turned you into a sissy, in the end you're still curious, just like me. I've accepted it. We've all gotta play with the hands we're dealt.
Fair enough, huh?
Fuyusaka's not gonna be able to handle him alone. Go for it, Juro.
God, there's still some Chihiro stuff going on that we don't know about, but man,
what's going to happen to you?
Piloting a Sentinel takes a hell of a lot of brain power. If your nanomachines are focused on that, there won't be much processing power left. In other words, I won't be able to talk to you anymore. But you've got my memories, right? You know what needs to be done. The rest is up to you.
Kinda like BJ Mura.
I'll do it. I guess I'll be going then.
Right. Put your game face on, Juro. We've taken turns for the last time. Try not to get a game over.
Fucking... The meta mechanic is called a meta mechanic. It straight up lets you know it's a meta mechanic from the beginning without explaining it, and then it has a really good explanation for it. Okay, no, a programmer got lazy. Imagine that. Programmers take shortcuts all the time. I can't really blame the mages. Take shortcuts all the time, too. 13 files got updated. Yo, you jumped from 88 to 100. I guess that makes sense. It was going by 11 each time, so... What was it going to do? Have one more at 1%? Means there's one more thing where I went to the nurse's office and nothing happened, right? Third area. Unlocked. Megami Yakushiji. Unlocked. When 426 was arrested one loop ago, it became clear that 426 and Izumi of one loop ago are genetically identical. Due to the... Because 426 skipped it. He didn't get reset. He preserved himself, and another Izumi was created. Due to the incompatibility between the violent memories of Izumi of 2 loops ago that Miura transplanted and the gentle artificial personality that Tamao created, Karabe nearly had a breakdown. To avoid this, Shiba turned those memories into something tangible to allow Karabe to perceive them as mere dreams. When the kaiju appeared in 85, Shiba can't take part in the battle, so he entrusts everything to Karabe. Karabe then activates Sentinel number 13 in order to support Iori Fuyusaka, who joined the battle before him. And Fluffy is also 426. Just replicated because magical nanomachine gun. 2188. God. He even looks like, kind of like Kyle Reese from Terminator 1. In 2188, Jiro Izumi has the rank of Major, making him the superior of Takatoshi Hijiyama and Megumi Yakushiji's father, Nozumo Yakushiji. Never seen that name before. Izumi looks after Megumi for Nozumo. When a dispute over the remaining power supply escalates into a shootout, Izumi kills Tsukasa Okino. Following this, Hijiyama, Okino's lover, avenges him by gunning down Izumi and his cohorts. Yeah. Who was on which side, though? Like, was Izumi on the side of the life support or continuing the ARC project? Which side was Okino on? Megumi Yakushiji, 2188, was 8 years old. As humanity faced the brink of extinction, her father, Nozumo Yakushiji, entrusted his daughter to Major Jiro Izumi in hopes that at least she could survive. Kyuta Shiba is 426. Due to the incompatibility between the violent memories of Izumi transplanted by Morimura and the gentler personality that Tamao Kurabe created, Jiro Kurabe was close to having a breakdown. That's exactly what we just read. Fluffy does not get updated yet? That's crazy. Prisoner E426, captured in 2104 as the terrorist bomber. He's now known as 426. And his back looks like this! Kurabe sees him as Kyuta Shiba. But also, this should probably have just been updated. But almost certainly will get updated with Megumi. Okino uses this to gain control over 426, who had escaped into Jiro Kurabe. Using meta chips allows for the expansion and improvement of the Sentinel armaments, because the entire code of the Deimos and the ARC project simulation, perhaps, was based off a fucking video game. Just the ARC project code in itself. It doesn't even have to be a simulation. This is the result of OG 2188 Okino's code gone on to terraform another planet. Universal Control got updated. The 2188 Tsukasa Okino is the developer of Universal Control, as well as the one responsible for borrowing a portion of the environment management system from a Deimos simulation game. You build on top of other people's works. There's nothing original under the sun. It's just remixes. Which both is and isn't true. During this time, 426 believed that the only way to escape from this eternal loop was to kill all the compatible ones. However, 426 later discovers another escape method that utilizes the mechanics of the Deimos simulation game. We don't know how he discovered that yet. They just give this to you. Look at that. It's got all the ratings and everything on it. It's for VS4. Cool. An online full dive game that was released in 2154 to celebrate the 200th anniversary of Mighty Kaiju Deimos. The objective of the game is to survive the disaster caused by Mighty Kaiju Deimos. Players become residents of a major city 5 days before the kaiju appear and get to experience the fated day of their invasion in this simulation survival game. From an old woman who runs the cigar shop to a young man who seeks to avenge his parents, 10 million independent NPCs live their lives in a digital metropolis that's 30 kilometers long. Holy shit. It's also like someone took a MMO isekai and made it into real life. But there are 6 million people whose DNA was aboard the ARC project. Are all the NPCs, like, meta still NPCs? Or are they based off of ARC Project people? Even experts were astounded by the elaborately constructed AI, their behavior indistinguishable from real humans. The highlight, however, is the tremendous power of the mighty Kaiju Deimos. The Doomsday Clock is ticking. Blast through mighty Kaiju Deimos with an arsenal of mech suit weaponry and fight to defend humanity. Developed by Vanillaware, you assholes. That's hilarious. Tsukasa Okino borrowed a portion of this game's internal code structure when creating Universal Control. Because the double genius is a giant gamer nerd. Oh my god. Borrowed part of your favorite MMO in order to make the simulation that would test the survival of humanity. And shit that it wasn't supposed to touch got touched. And this back here, memory correction, or go to break area. There were two other options, right? Something in the classroom would also lead to memory correction. Weird. Maybe if you just stayed there too long. Megumi! Damn, I might have to do dinner soon, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do Megumi, and then I'm going to do... Oh, I can't do Hijiyama yet. We're going to do Megumi, and then next stream, there's definitely only one more of these left. Might be a little bit long, but we're going to do it. We're going to do all of Goto, and all of Hijiyama, and all of Sector 3. In fact... What do you even look like? Himawari Ward. Shibugaki. Ashitaba. We only know about Ashitaba. But 30 kilometers is big. There's also 10 waves here. God damn.
Yes?
Let's wrap up Megumi Yakushiji's story. Megumi Yakushiji shot her rival for Jirokrabe's heart, Iori Fuyusaka. Mawaka Saratari revealed that Yakushiji's the only one who can see Fluffy. Because she called you crazy and she was right, except you're also a huge hero, which is crazy. It might be that these, like, 15 people, essentially...
Juro.
Because who else exists in this story that's not a straight-up copy of one of our main characters? Tetsuya Ida, Tsukasa Okino. And I think that's it. And honestly, Ryota Goto... Rinya Goto... might also be Tetsuya Ida. Maybe. Maybe not, but maybe. When's Fluffy gonna pop up like an asshole? I know who you are now, Cat. They said 10 people on in the colony ship, 2188. But I feel like there's 15. There's 14 or 15. Because, like, Iori, Nurse Chihiro, Latex Chihiro, Baby Chihiro, they're all copies of the same person. Older Izumi, and Karabe, they're all the same person. And Ida and Shu might be the same people. Even though that's, like, the least believable one so far.
What should I make for dinner?
Well, Miura really him Himborg, but Juro really likes
I think
mackerel.
we have some fish. I think Juro would like some fish. I'll grill some mackerel. Oh, and simmer some taro.
Yeah.
And done.
Something smells good.
Just in time.
You're awake. Just in time for dinner.
Wow. Way more respect for John Wick Yakushiji here. And everyone who wrote this story. Holy fuck. I'm gonna sneeze 1 second. Apologies. It's harder than normal here right now. All right.
Am I Juro Izumi?
What? Are you saying... Do you remember me?
Sort of.
You knew about this? That these dreams are really his memories? Please, you have to tell me.
Can you?
His memories haven't returned yet. Is what Fluffy's been doing really working?
Sort
I
of.
hope so.
Sort of.
You're Juro Kurabe.
Why are you saying that?
It's all I can say. I made a promise to Tamao-san.
My grandma?
Please, don't ask me anything else. I won't be able to continue staying here if you do.
I don't understand.
Juro.
And so he runs off instead of having a conversation. Talk no jutsu, friend. Talk no jutsu. Yes, please give me more about Tamao. I haven't seen jack about Tamao in 85.
I can't believe you're really gone. The Juro I knew can never come back.
This is a flashback to when you first came to 85. And there's Ogata's handkerchief.
Megami-san. So this is where you went.
You're exceptionally young looking for a grandma.
You were with Juro earlier. I suppose this is technically the first time we've met. I'm Tamao Kurabe.
Are you already an android? Even though, like, that didn't appear to be the case in the Shu memory, where he made Tomi first?
You were crying. Poor thing.
Have you escaped the whole cycle shit? And know
what do you want?
all of the 2188 stuff?
I know you have feelings for Juro. What does that have to do with anything? You desire to be by his side, do you not?
Because, like, what reasoning does she have for knowing about creating an artificial personality?
Well, of course I do. Then you will do just that. I'll make the arrangements. What? However, I have 2 conditions. First, you will treat him as Juro Kurabe. Huh? You must not tell him anything about the future.
If she's still talking in terms of time travel, then probably not. But maybe she's just too smart for that
Or
shit.
about himself. But why? It's the only way to keep him safe. I don't understand. Can you do it? Can you treat him only as Juro
It's
Kurabe?
not important that you understand.
Well, My other condition. If he starts to remember he's Juro Izumi, you must tell me immediately. But he is. Why would that be bad? It would be dangerous if he became Juro Izumi. Very dangerous.
She says as she looks directly at the camera? I mean, she's looking to the side, but, like, come on.
The reasons are unimportant. If you agree to these 2 conditions, you can live with him.
God, Tamao, what do you know, and when did you know it?
What will you do?
I mean, we know what she does. We know what she does.
How wonderful.
It'd be funny to be like, I need to think about it more, or I refuse, but
Here.
we know what she does.
These documents make it legal for you to live with him. A rental agreement? I'll tell Morimura-san of our arrangement myself. Please, go to Juro now. Oh, thank you.
The grandma, the biggest air quotes grandma, hooking up her grandson with, like...
Fluffy, can nobody else see you?
That was Shintaro. Maybe. Quiet. That literal NPC will hear you say his name. Is there anything else out here? I doubt it, right? I can't dash. I'm not going to go side to side. We're going in. That literal NPC might hear you say Juro and get you kicked out of school, even though it wouldn't be in their script. Even though they're remarkably lifelike. God, you have a bunch of people that you might run into out here in the hall.
Juro.
Like Ryoko. Ogata. There's a bunch of people that Megami might run into. Oh, hey.
Miss Morimura.
So, you've been living at the Kurabe house.
Oh, yes.
Is this still flashback?
Has there been any change?
You would think they would have talked about this already.
Has he said anything strange? Any confusion about being Juro Izumi?
What makes you ask that?
It sounds like you know something.
Don't tell me.
Did he talk to you about it?
Something?
Excuse me.
Oh.
Kurabe-kun.
Oh.
Is something wrong? You look pale.
Tell me the truth. I'm actually Juro Izumi, aren't I?
That hard answers Morimura's question. Of course she had to walk over to the left. This is exactly how it played out in the previous Juro scene that we had to play to unlock this scene. But we're not going to see Shiba.
The way I am now is something you created.
What's this all of a sudden?
I get it now. The woman who keeps showing up in my dreams. The one I saw on Sumire Bridge. It's not Fuyusaka-san. It's you. Chihiro Morimura.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Have you been aware this whole time?
And then he gets scared and runs.
Kurabe-kun?
Juro! What was that about?
Woof. Jesus, nurse. You spent so much time on that walking animation. Where do you go, Megumi? Where do you go?
Hey.
Fluffy, you're talking to me here? Won't other people see?
This is an emergency. Juro's been taken.
What?
Take it?
That idiot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure.
Too close to some dangerous people.
Dangerous?
Those who use magic for their own means. You went there before. The abandoned factory in Higoromocho. They're going to alter his memories.
I guess you have to see the... Oh, well, you have to see, like, the Juro event before this, where this happens, but I guess you have to see the Ninji Ogata one where she comes in to save stuff? Maybe?
You need to go there.
You probably
again.
don't.
You need to rescue Juro. Damn it. He's getting too far.
He's gone? I knew he wasn't real. No.
He's only a
doesn't matter.
projection into her nanomachines.
I'm on my way, Juro.
Whenever Juro is close enough. You open the door gun drawn, just in case there's someone down the stairs. Yeah, that's right.
Wait. Are you with him?
You know Fluffy?
Fluffy?
Don't worry. He can make you better. You're starting to recognize what's in your dreams, aren't you? Do you remember me?
It's not exactly like that.
It's not. Though, in the end, it kind of will be.
I finally understand. The things I remember, they aren't from the Juro you know.
That's right.
No, that can't be. Why would you say that?
The things I saw in my dreams, they're memories. And the only memory I have of you is when I shot and killed you. I was so afraid that...
Whoops.
That I'd hurt you again. Because
Who are you? Is there really nothing left? There's no trace of him inside you? No, I betrayed everyone. I betrayed Tommy. It was all a lie. I'm such an idiot.
You saved everyone.
Yakushiji.
That cat. What was the point?
Wait.
Yeah, you saved everyone. Oh my god, if Rinya is available, but she's not. We obtained one, and we updated one. Rental agreement? Sure, whatever. While Yakushiji is saddened by the fact that Kurabe doesn't remember her anymore, she's approached by Tamao Kurabe, who says she can arrange for her to live with Kurabe if she agrees to 2 conditions. Agreeing to the terms, Yakushiji accepts the rental agreement for the Kurabe house. That entry should appear like... It should be the second one. It should just interject itself right up here. Right. What else is new? Can't unlock Tsukasa Okino 2188 yet. Which is kind of interesting. I guess a rental agreement was the one that was unlocked. Yeah, and you're not blocked off. Cool. This scares me. I have a feeling like things are falling into place, right? It might be that these 13 plus Okino, and maybe that's it, are like the only actual humans, the only actual human consciousnesses in this whole simulation. Including all of their duplicates. Okay, well now... Damn, playing as Megami is always sad. Even though she's a big hero and doesn't know it. I mean, that adds to the sadness, really, but... Hopefully she gets...
Juro,
hopefully she gets
he
something
really
here.
is gone forever.
Oh, fuck. Nope. Nope. Oh, no, the game knows! Yeah, I'm still in control here. Oh god, the game knows. No, you will talk to the child.
Are you alright? You by yourself? I am. Are you by yourself too?
There's someone coming. Can you stay and talk till then?
Making a child wait all by herself. Of course. I'll stay here until they come get you.
Where's your friends?
Well, I have some at school.
No, silly. I'm not talking about them. I mean your friend that told you to update the decode.
Ugh.
What's wrong? You look like a scared kitten.
God, look at her face. It's Anya before Anya. Who are you and who are you with? I can't talk to you anymore. I have no original thoughts. God, I have no thoughts I can consider at all. Can't even think about Tomi here. Let's maybe...
Hold
Yep.
it right there.
Yup.
Who are you? Who ordered you to update the decode? Decode? Do you mean the Deimos code? Yep. I know it wasn't you. Tell me who it was. It was a cat. Huh? A fluffy black cat with a white-tipped tail.
So you caught her.
Renia Goto. You're late, Goto-kun.
Did you know? Do you understand what you did to me?
I sealed your powers as a witch.
Those lines coming out of her mouth from their perspective, though, are just like, oh god, what bullshit are we dealing with?
To fight the kaiju. That's what I was told.
You're being forced to fight.
Witches and cats. Interesting story.
I thought you'd be able to see through the ruse a bit more.
Wanna know what you shot him with? It was nanomachines. They added code to the ones already in their bodies.
The code expands the kaiju's capabilities. How strong it will allow them to become.
Why would we be doing that? Especially if Fluffy and Big Izumi are the same, kind of.
We have no way of knowing.
I mean, was allowing the kaiju to get stronger also what allowed the Sentinels to get stronger?
That can't be.
The one behind all this. The one who manipulated you. It seems they are trying to take control of the decode. If they succeed, they will also have control of the Sentinel dock in the factory.
But if only you would speak to Okino and Hijiyama after their bout, after they talked with Chiba.
In other words, we lose all our means of defense.
Well, the point is for them to have control of the Sentinel dock in the factory, sort of. Yeah. Because you want to update that stuff. You need the Sentinels to be stronger than they are.
Are you aware of who that cat is?
No.
That seems bad. He must have known this would happen. He had a plan.
So they know. They know Jiro has something to do with it.
That's why he used the girl, so we couldn't trace it back to him.
Yep. And he's not even in there.
But that very cleverness is what proves it was him.
So, who is he?
No one you'd have heard of.
You'd be surprised.
He's a criminal from the future.
A criminal. From the very beginning. It was all lies. I won't forgive him. Not ever.
I mean, until you learn who it was. Fluffy's gonna manifest around here, but he can't unless Jiro's close, right? They're just gonna let her run, follow her back, right?
There you are.
Is that
About
even
time you got back?
You lied to me. About everything.
only sort of?
You seem mad. But I haven't lied to you.
Well,
You're a criminal from the future. I know you are. All that about ancient civilizations and curses. You've been playing me for a fool the whole time.
I haven't been lying. There is an ancient civilization.
it's called Earth.
This may look like the 20th century, but it's not. Humanity actually died out in the 22nd century. It's been millions of years since then.
Holy shit. Yeah, they're definitely not on Earth then. I think you trust the cat at this point, which is crazy. Humanity died to a nanomachine plague, and we escaped the stars. If the nanomachine plague was smart at all, which they've never actually shown signs of being sentient, right? It's still all computer programs, and these are human consciousnesses we're dealing with as characters. But if the nanomachine plague were smart at all, it would become spacefaring.
So, in reality, the 22nd century is an ancient civilization.
Right, he hasn't lied. He's just told really obfuscated truths.
So you're saying this isn't the real world?
Depends on what you mean by real.
No, more lies.
Eh.
I won't be deceived again. I'm done being used.
Use the magical gun on the cat.
You You convinced me to shoot my friends with this thing.
It was surprisingly easy.
And now you're in control of the kaiju and the Sentinels. Was that your goal all along? To end humanity?
I've already told you, this is a game. I'm only making preparations.
He's not even wrong.
A game where our lives are on the line?
Not if things go the way I want them to. I can get you all out of here alive.
Why would that work? Why would that work?
Whose memories are in Juro?
Ah, right. That. Those are my memories, actually. It's not my fault, though.
You really think I'd believe your lies again?
No, I don't imagine you would.
You were using Juro too, weren't you?
Sort of.
It was not my intention, but in the end, that is what happened. You need to give up on trying to bring him back.
Why would that even work on what is probably a projection?
You're the final witch, but you don't have to meet the same fate as the rest of them.
Wait, what? Where is he?
Uh-oh. Where'd you go? Ha!
Juro! No!
It's another fluffy projection.
Happening?
I mean, maybe his nanomachines are in there. Pick up the gun!
Me?
Sort of.
What is this? This is all my fault. I forced everyone into battle. But the only one who really deserves to die is me.
Damn.
Tomi, forgive me.
What just shot you, though? What just shot you?
To actually shoot yourself like that, it must have really been driving you mad. But don't worry, if you don't fight, there's no way you'll survive. You did what had to be done. I want to apologize about his memories. There were things that happened I didn't expect, but none of that matters to you. There's no excuse. I boasted about how I could bring him back. It may seem like I tricked you, but I really did all that I could. I had no ill intent. Well, maybe a little. I just wanted him to become the Juro of my world. I wanted to control his feelings of love, almost like a parent to their child. I wanted my desires to become his own. I guess I hesitated once I saw the depth of your feelings. There was still some human left in me after all.
Right, I guess you might not be like a complete copy of 426 or whatever.
You might not believe me, but I really have become fond of you.
Well, that makes sense if Juro is at all.
Megumi Yakushiji, the days we spent together were surprisingly fun. It gave me an odd feeling, as if I were on holiday with a cheeky daughter.
Fuck, I mean, that's kind of the actual orientation, though,
You
right?
left me some nice memories. And now it's up to all of you. I've made all the preparations I could. Since I was unable to hold up my end of our contract, this is goodbye. If our plan succeeds, I want you to live out the rest of your life with Juro. Take care, and good luck.
Yakushiji.
Juro.
What happened? Did you shoot yourself in the stomach? With that gun?
Sort of, yeah. showdown in the Karabe house.
Please, wait. Just hear me out. Ever since I last saw you, I've been thinking about the dreams I had.
None of that matters now.
I dream of myself inside the Sentinel. I've seen it over and over. I fight in the Sentinel, taking down kaiju after kaiju, struggling in pain, fighting like some kind of possessed demon.
And that's part of the Izumi that she loved, right?
Right arm destroyed. Damage immense. Pilot must cease control. I still have my left arm. Abnormality detected in life support. Emergency release of Sentinel pilot. Initiating.
No, cancel release. I'll continue to pilot. Overwrite command. I won't let them destroy Megumi City. This place is home to all our memories.
Life support limit reached. Emergency release procedure. Initiating.
No, cancel the release. I'm not done yet.
The more I thought about it, the clearer it became. The only one who has experience piloting Sentinels is the Juro Izumi you know. These are his memories.
They're both. You have both. It's crazy.
In battle, he was always calling out someone's name. I didn't realize it at first, but I know it now. It was your name. He was fighting for you.
Juro.
I'm not Juro Izumi anymore, but my feelings are the same. Maybe it's because of his memories.
Which is kind of awkward.
But even so, none of that matters to me now. Because I love you. My feelings for you are just as strong and true as Izumi's.
Even though I'm not him, get confused.
Do you not feel the same way?
Thank you, but...
But no?
Fluffy really was trying. Just like he said, he was trying to get his memories back. What do I...
Yeah, he kind of did both, right? He swapped in the middle somewhere.
I may not be as strong as him, but I don't care. I will protect you with everything that I have.
No. I'll never let you fight on your own again.
That's right. That's why you shot yourself.
I'll fight to protect you too, Juro. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Does that mean Yakushiji?
I mean, she doesn't want to go through that again. She does not want to go through that again.
Look at him sleeping up there. I hope he's warm.
Oh god, Mawako, are you still gonna think Megumi's crazy? You wouldn't.
I wonder if you'll still be there at lunch.
You wouldn't be entirely wrong.
Doubt it.
Aw, don't be like that, Iori.
Fluffy, I know you're not him. I just wanted to say I'm sorry, and I
mean, he was a dick. He was just right.
Oh. I'll try my best. For you, Fluffy.
When does... And you just go through your normal day, and then this happens.
Juro, I told you so many times, but you still went without me. This time, it will be different. This time, it's my turn to save you. I hope you're watching, Fluffy. I will beat this game.
It's so meta.
Sentinel, activate.
Ooh. She gets the big support mech because of course she does. Of course she does. Although the Juro Izumi that Megumi Yakushiji knew is nearly gone, Karabe still remembers fighting in the Sentinel and his feelings towards Yakushiji. Unable to handle the crushing weight of remorse and guilt for forcing everyone into battle, Yakushiji shoots herself with the magical gun. She's soon woken up by Karabe, tells her about his memories from being Juro Izumi and his current feelings towards her. Yakushiji realizes that Fluffy intended to keep his word from the beginning. When the kaiju appear in 85, Yakushiji makes up her mind that she'll be the one to save Juro and beat the game. Then she activates Sentinel number 23, which exists because Fluffy 426 took over the decode. While Yakushiji lies unconscious on the floor after shooting herself with the magical gun, Fluffy speaks to her about his true motives, then leaves. All this time he's been talking to her about magic when his true goal concerned the Sentinels. Fluffy's true identity is 426, or Juro Izumi. In order to prevent the kaiju invasion from destroying the world, Fluffy had Yakushiji inject nanomachines into the witches, which unlocked the entire Deimos game system. Although this means that the kaiju will be an even greater threat, it also unlocks beneficial features that help in fighting off the kaiju. This includes obtaining metachips every time a kaiju is defeated, and using metachips to strengthen the Sentinels. You abuse the way the whole simulation that constructs your world is inherently organized. Kurabe sees him as Kyutashiba. Megami Yakushiji sees him as Fluffy. It is still unclear whether this entire thing is a digital simulation and so more akin to a game, or if this is a colony somewhere on a planet that gets rebuilt every once in a while. It feels like this reminds me of I think it was one of the Tales of game. Was it one of the one of the Star Ocean games used the whole idea that actually everything is a simulation, and then we find out that we're data, but we find a way to break through to the real world, and that's the real enemy. So instead of killing God, we have to kill, like, whoever programmed this fucking game. But this one is written well as opposed to that game. And so, like, it's still unclear whether this is colonies on another planet where the simulation has been enacted millions of years after all of humanity died on Earth in 2188 to a nanomachine plague, and which hasn't fully been explained, but you can kind of get the gist of it, right? It's probably a Grey Goose scenario where it just, like, consumes and replicates itself until there's nothing left. And so this is either the programmed simulation that was supposed to take place at the end of the ARC project playing out on some planet somewhere that's slowly being terraformed, and then they had these colonies, and then, like, the end of it, because Okino is actually kind of a sloppy programmer, is going through this process of testing whether or not people are actually ready to deal with the reality of everything, whatever the constraints and parameters were put in as the end state of those tests, or if this is just a digital thing entirely and it's still all aboard the ARC ship, and part of the simulation is simulating that planet and the colonies and the ARC ship satellite itself in space floating around the planet. It's one of those two things. It's definitely not Earth. Sentinel pilots who are shot by Yakushiji's syringe gun are able to enhance their Sentinels by utilizing the Deimos game system. This is every single bit of sci-fi. Like, if I were to try to make a reference sheet log of every single, like, sci-fi and game and anime and just every book and every reference that this game makes, I could probably talk for maybe about as long as I've been streaming for like 4 hours. Gunshot wound from when she was shot by the syringe gun. It injects nanomachines that add a code to summon the Sentinels, along with a code that expands their capabilities. Chihiro and Goto are wary of this because they have no idea what that injection is trying to do. And now all we have is Goto and Hijiyama, who for some reason is gated off by Goto. That's crazy. He was gated off by like either 8 or 10 people getting up to 80%, and then I think Sekigahara was the other one, which may have been 10. I forget. I just experienced a lot of story, and all of it's like separated, and you piece it together mentally, atemporally. Kind of weird. And then he gets gated off again by Rinya Goto. And so you have no idea where this hypocrisy event... I mean, I have no idea. Anyone playing this for the first time has no idea where this hypocrisy event is inside Rinya Goto's timeline. It could be the very end, which would make Hijiyama's last section the last section from this screen. The reason I say from this screen is because we go over here, and I go to, like, well, yeah, Iori works, the last piece. But there's still 4 events left. Go over to Karabe. But there's still 4 events left. We go over to Megumi. But there's still 3 events left. 1 event left. Right? It's... Oh. Wait, what's this to the side? Oh, you see what sectors they're in now. Whoa, that got added. I was like, what's this bar graph to the right? That's cool. That's cool. Wow. In order. Sector 2. And then he drops in Sector 3, and you spend a bunch of time there with... You spent like a year there, essentially. And then shit got bad again. And then it's all 85. Iori. All her shit's in 85. She's from 85, probably. Sort of. And then she jumps around just a tiny bit. But she learns enough. And has, like, Sekigahara adventures. Megami starts in Sector 3, and then does a bunch of gunslinging in 85. Sekigahara kind of jumps all over the place for a little while. But then he loses his memories. Right about... I don't know. Starting to lose his memories. Iori confesses to him. He loses his... He's totally lost his memories. He starts here being like, fuck, I don't remember anything anymore. And then you get the rest of his story. Still has a piece left. Just 1. Goto. We don't have everything yet. That's a surprisingly small amount of events for having... Well, we've seen Goto from, like, everybody else's perspective so far, though. Minami hops around, spends some decent time in 45. Hops around again. Oh, she's stuck. She's jumping around. She's back. She's stuck with Shu. They get out. We're missing one here for Natsuno? How is that even possible? That's got to be like a Rinya Goto event. That's crazy. This game's nutty. This game's absolutely nutty. This is one of the best told and woven stories I've ever seen. No question. Hijiyama still has a section left. We still have Goto's stuff left. But here's the thing, though. Here's why I was pointing out everybody's got 4 events left down here. Those could be Goto events, but those all happen after the beginning of the final battle. Right? Shu doesn't even get I'm getting in my mech for the final fight scene. It's just understood that, like, oh no, these are other characters' perspectives. He gets, like, getting his mech, and then gets some Tetsuya Ida confrontation, and we get Miyuki Inaba stuff, and then Natsuno shows up later, and then Tomi and Tsukasa come in, and Natsuno and Shu are doing stuff. Okay. Yuki got everything except for these last 3. Ryoko, everything except for these last 2. And so, some of this stuff is going to be Rinnegoto events and the very final Hijiyama event. But some of it has to be during the end of the final battle, or after the end of the final battle. And so there's more character scenes that take place after the end of the final battle. Everything like a jigsaw falling into place, right? This is such a crazy good game. It's near immaculate. I called, and still do call, Xenogears one of the most ambitious games to ever be made. And it is. It was never finished. Even the one game, and it was supposed to be like 1/10 or 1/15 of a series. And the Xenosaga games don't even really count, and Xenoblade is a completely different thing, and is better for being a completely different thing. But Xenogears and its extended universe that only exists in theory in a book are one of the most ambitious, plotted out things I've ever seen. Ever. Anywhere, in anything, in any medium. But this one's up there. And maybe just as ambitious. And it feels complete. Is the craziest thing. This game tells a complete story. Like, it's all falling into place and shaping up. And I will not be surprised when we play through Goto in the final Hijiyama chapter and everything makes sense. There was never any time travel. Why would there be time travel? That's dumb. There are no parallel worlds, because that's magic. There are alternate dimensions, and that's why I'm here, but that's a bit beyond the scope of the story this is trying to tell. It's a crazy, crazy sci-fi, maybe even hard sci-fi, it's approaching it, style of game. Just given all the right context, and man, it takes a long time to get that context. It's just... This game's so good. This game's crazy good. Well, I need to go make some dinner. And then I need to make a schedule for tomorrow, for next week. And I need to find out what the hell Soul Frame is. Because I trust the DE art team at the very least. But that's a completely different topic. Wow. This game's amazing. I can't recommend it. I think I've said this like 5 or 6 times. I can't recommend this enough. Everybody should play this game. If you like story, if you like... I mean, the tactical stuff is pretty cool. It's not the best, but it's pretty cool. If you like story, if you like aesthetic, if you like smart writing, if you like sci-fi at all, play this game. Jesus. It's so good. If you like RPGs of any sort, I've played every Final Fantasy. Okay, that's not true. I haven't played Type 0 or Dirge of Cerberus and a couple of others, but I've played most Final Fantasies. I haven't played Dragon Warrior, to my great shame. I've played, like, Breath of Fire and a bunch of CRPGs and a bunch of other standalone stuff, and this is the best story quality-wise. It's impeccable. I cannot wait to see what this studio does next. Vanillaware? Mwah. Chef's kiss. It's too good. Well, yeah, it's been 4 hours and 20 minutes. Nice. I'm going to go make some dinner. So thanks to Tiberian Fiend for stopping by. Man, I really hope you get some rest and some time off with that Amazon Prime Weeks stuff going on. Prime Day. Amazon. My planet would hate Amazon. I'll say that much. Just because of how they treat their people. Yeah, I'm going to go make some dinner. I'll be back tomorrow, probably with Monster Hunter. I hit HR 20 already, and my internet being screwy time off, so we're just going to do like some high-level hunts. And I don't know what I'm going to do after this, but we got at least one more stream of this in there, for sure. At least one more of 13 Sentinels stream. This game's crazy. Absolutely crazy. I could just say that over and over and over and over and over for the next 15 minutes, because I can ramble sometimes. And there's no better way to put it. It's immaculately written. It's immaculately presented. It plays fantastically. I haven't played an absolute ton of visual novels, but god damn, this one's super good. Super good. All right. Thanks to anybody watching in the future. I'll put out another schedule tomorrow. Rad Mahou, everybody. I will see you next time.